2025 Planning Commission in order. Please stand for the national, or Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Greer, is there any updates?
All the updates were published last night, and there were two added public comments, one for item 7 and one for item number 9.
Thank you.
So at this time, we're going to open up nominations for chairman. If anybody would like to make a motion.
I'd like to nominate Mr. DeLesline.
All right.
Second.
All right, Esslinger. All right, any other nominations for chairman? Nope. All right, is there a motion to close nominations for chairman?
I nominate to close
Okay.
nominations.
All right, and Esslinger?
Second.
All right, so DeLesline is now chairman of the planning commission.
Congratulations.
Y'all are horrible people. Thank you.
All right, and then motion for first vice chairman?
I would like to nominate Ms. Kebba for first chair.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Great. Any other nominations? No? All right, so with that, is there a motion to close nominations?
I'd like to
for-
make a motion to close those nominations.
Second.
All righty. So member Keva is now first vice chairman. Is there a motion for second vice chairman?
I'll nominate Ms. Prosser.
All righty.
Second.
Great. Any other motions? No? Okay. Motion to close, please.
I make a motion to close nominations.
Great.
Second.
Yes, thinker. All right. And lastly, is there a motion for third vice chairman?
I'd like to nominate Mr. Bauer.
Wonderful. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
All righty. Motion to close nominations for third vice chairman.
I'd like to make a motion to close those nominations.
Prosser. All righty. Is there a second? All right.
I'll second that.
All righty. So chairman is DeLesline, first vice chairman is Keba, second vice chairman is Ms. Prosser, and then third vice chairman is member Bauer. All righty. We're good. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. At this time is citizen comments. This is for future agenda. You will have 3 minutes for items you'd like to discuss.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, Manatee resident, 46 years, taxpayer voter. I just want to bring awareness to this board that any time that you can enhance our affordable housing, you need to be moving in that direction. Anytime you can make a difference in homelessness for shelters, you should try that. This is a letter that I spoke to the delegation on Wednesday. And they have fleeced the Sadowski funds more than once. So how are we going to make that up? Maybe with good decisions from this board. So anytime large projects come to you, you should ask yourself. In fact, I've requested that it should be on the form. Are there any affordable housing units with a LoRa in this project? What's so hard about that? If they say, nope, it's not in our numbers, we're not going to do it, fine. But they should say, you know what? We really haven't considered that until now. Maybe we should. We are 30,000 units behind on affordable housing. So anytime a developer can step to the plate and enhance that development with a LoRa, they should do it. In fact, it's in their best interest, and I'll tell you why. If you go for a LoRa that's 80 to 120% AMI, That 120 is real close to market rate. So are they really helping the blue-collar worker? Probably not. But are they adding 25% more density to their project because of their AMI? They are. So they need to move forward in that direction. So the other thing is, anytime you can make a difference on temporary housing, right? You should. I would strongly suggest, there's a movie coming out, No Address. Robert Maubert has been here to this county and did a review of what needs to be done. It's real simple. You're homeless, you need shelter. If you don't have shelter, you get depressed, you get suicidal, wraparound services are needed, visits to the emergency room are astronomical these days, paid for by the taxpayer, by the way. So I hope this message was seen by the delegation and that they'll move forward on that, because we are being shortchanged when they rob the affordable housing funds from the Sadowski funds. And it's your job to try to enhance the developers to say, look, our community comes first. We're in a tight space. Maybe you should consider bumping 25% of your units to affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else? At this time, I'll close and go on to advertise public hearings for public housing. Ms. Greer, item 1.
Item number 1, PDR 2317 PR, the Mitchell at Terracea. It's quasi-judicial, and we have Loretta Merrill here for staff. It's amending and reinstating zoning ordinance number PDR 2317P for an 183-unit multifamily project with at least 25% of the units designated as affordable housing, to include a previously approved development option A that has 4 3-story buildings, and to add an additional development option B for 1 4-story building. It's on approximately 9.16 acres, and the project site is zoned PDR and generally located between Bayshore Road and US 41 North.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Ye-
are we going to disclose ex parte communications?
Yes. Has anybody had any ex parte communications? No. At this time, could we do the swearing in? And if you plan on speaking today for most any items, please stand up to be sworn in so we don't have to waste time doing it again.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chair. My name is Marshall Robinson, and I'm with Grimes Galvano. And I'm joined here today with Stephen Gouache of Defined Development and his engineer. And like Ms. Greer said, we are here to talk about an amendment to an approved preliminary site plan. Do we have the clicker? I'm missing the clicker for the PowerPoint. Sorry about that. Yeah, so like Denise said, we're here to talk about an amendment to an approved preliminary site plan. This project, you can see here on the slide, we're located west of US 41, east of Bayshore Road, north of 89th Street East, and north of I-275. The property, like Ms. Greer said, is 9.16 acres in size. The approved PSP was approved by the board on November 2nd, 2023. And we're located in the Res 9 Future Land Use District, or Future Land Use, Res 9 Future Land Use category, and we're also zoned PDR. And talking about the 2 options, this plan on the left here is the fully entitled, fully permitted approval of the preliminary site plan for 183 multifamily units, with 25% of those units being affordable housing. And the option A that was approved with underground stormwater vaults to account for the stormwater. Option B on the left has a few slight changes to it. The most notable change is a redesign internally to the project. Again, this is an affordable housing project, and the developer, the client, wants to make sure that we keep the cost of the development affordable. And so in doing that, you'll see the difference here between the plan on the left and the plan on the right, is the plan on the right has gone to conventional stormwater ponds. The conventional stormwater ponds added to option B on the right has reduced the overall stormwater volume for the underground vaults by 77%, which is a significant saving in cost of developing the project. And the other difference is that the approved plan was 4 buildings at 3 stories. And with this proposed amendment internally to the site plan, we've gone to a 1 building at 4 stories. So we've increased the height by 1 story. Here is a closer look at some of the changes. Proposed option B will keep the clubhouse. We will have the 4-story 1 building for the multifamily. The number of units and the density calculations and the access points, they all remain the same as the approved plan. This is just a redesign to try to keep the project affordable. And there we can see the pond sizes and the change to the overall reduction in the stormwater. Here's kind of a comparison between the option A that was approved and the proposed option B. You can see that most everything is kept the same. I highlighted in blue there what's being changed. We're going from 3 stories and 4 buildings to 1 building and 4 stories. Taken from the staff report is the compliance that we meet for 401.5 for building height compatibility out of the code. And then also to note, the option A was approved with specific approvals. There was a reduction to parking. There was also a specific approval that allowed some exercise stations within the right-of-way to be optional, and also a specific approval to waive the sidewalk requirement on the east side of Bayshore Road. Those are all the highlights of the amendment to the PSP. I also have this is an abbreviated presentation, but I also have a longer form presentation. If anybody would like to dive into some details, I'd be happy to do that. But with that, I'll just ask if anybody has any questions, and thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
So are all the stormwater vaults being removed? Because in option B, I can see where it has the storm floodplain vault.
There will be a small portion of the underground vaulting that will remain, but like I was saying, 77% of the overall volume from the option A plan has been reduced. And then you can see in the lower left-hand corner there, that's where most of the pond accomplishes the stormwater. But up in the, I think it's up in the north portion of the site, I believe there are some underground vaultings that will remain for stormwater.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask, any possibility to have any of those affordable housing units at 50 to 80%?
That would be a question for my client. If you don't mind, can I bring them up now and answer your question?
Absolutely.
Great.
Good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be in front of you as always. My name's Stephen Gouache with Defined Companies. I'm a managing partner and principal. The question about the affordable housing, it is 80 to 120% AMI. Unfortunately, with the cost of construction and the inflation the way it is, to reduce that threshold further, it just makes the project infeasible. There's the whole purpose of option B is to reduce some of the costs with the underground. So to limit the revenues even further was going to impact the project, not make it feasible. Luckily, we are seeing some reduction in construction costs in the market. So the purpose of Plan B is to have that optionality in case we go back out to bid and pricing isn't back to normality for the underground vault system. So to have option A currently fully permitted and ready to go, it's an unfortunate circumstance to see pricing the way it is, and that's the whole purpose of option B, is trying to create a similar project with all the current approvals, same access points, all the previous standards that we accommodated to, and, just trying to keep the costs low. So, of course, going to the 60 to 80 makes it a little more difficult to make the project feasible.
Understood. Thank you. It would be nice, maybe possibly for future
Understood.
projects.
Absolutely.
It'd be great if somebody kept that in mind.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'm just curious if you know what the occupancy rate for market rate housing and for what that is currently? It just seems like there's a lot of apartments going up. I'm just curious what the occupancy rate is for Manatee County. And then for the affordable, are the 25% throughout the market, are they being rented immediately? Is there any leeway in those? I assume they're taken quickly.
Yeah, the affordable housing units go pretty quickly. There are some absorption issues currently in the market, and I think that's due to the cost in the area and just inflation overall. But we do expect with the rates, hopefully dropping. I know the Fed has announced no rate cuts this year, but, we're all hoping and very, looking forward to some cuts, hopefully, and being very positive on that outlook. And that should hopefully, get the demand going more for the apartments here and reduce costs further. So occupancy overall in the market, it depends on the property specifics. Some of the nicer properties are leasing up pretty steadily today. Other than the existing properties who, weren't designed as nice, they are struggling a little bit on their lease up and unfortunately cannibalizing upon themselves. So we've seen kind of throughout the market different rates. We've seen 80% occupancy. So, some of the newer properties in lease up are currently leasing up at 30 units a month, which is more than standard underwriting. So it's kind of it depends on the property.
Yeah, and there's so much out there supply-wise that and they're
Correct.
not all fully occupied yet. Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
And that's the beauty about 183 units. It's a smaller in scale, so it should be absorbed pretty quickly.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about the ponds versus the vaults.
Sure.
Can your attorney maybe explain that a little bit to me? Also, maybe to the public, what's the difference between the vaults versus the ponds? Is it just a cost measure, or is it actually reducing runoff? For instance, one of my concern is, and we've had this happen throughout our county, is we build this new project adjacent to an already, a community that's already been built, likely, obviously on higher ground, pushing water, stormwater to these other communities. How are we addressing that?
Yeah, I can have my engineer speak more specific on those issues. However, we've accommodated to all floodplain requirements, stormwater requirements, and even FDOT bypass on our site. So we've already accommodated to all those requirements for stormwater. The underground storage vaults are just a system to accommodate that required stormwater retention on the site. So on the first Plan A, you can see we have a small pond, but so is a combination of open retention and also underground vaults. Option B is still retaining the same amount of water, except we're doing it in a larger pond area with a much reduced size of the underground system, sorry. So, to your concern, we've accommodated all our water on site. It's not a reduction of that accommodation. It's retaining the same amount of water.
They're storing it in a tank as opposed to a pond.
Correct.
And then my other question is regarding the special request on the sidewalks. What's the reasoning behind that request?
So there is a sidewalk already on the west side of Bay Shore.
Okay.
So just to reduce redundancy and, of course, reduce some costs as well, we worked with staff on option A, and, of course, the board approved the specific approval on the first option to waive that sidewalk requirement, and we provided a crosswalk to that west side sidewalk with a flashing pedestrian signal as well, so for that connectivity.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions on drainage or anything?
So if we're doing this change, primarily, I would assume, I'm a business owner myself, so it sounds like a lot of cost savings and things like that to get the project off the ground. Thinking business-wise, we get this building up and going, it's successful, we move forward, we bring in another building down the road and things like that. So are there plans in the future? I think similar to Mr. Bauer's point, the concern with some of the stormwater runoff and things, and having then, this is kind of a quick fix to be able to get the project up and off the ground, but then we're going to continue to add buildings to this property later. And so is that going to be just kind of a Band-Aid for now?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. As far as adding more buildings to the property, I didn't.
It will be built out after this. There's no more buildings on this property.
Okay.
Am I mistaken?
Correct. The first Plan A, just to give a little more perspective, is fully entitled, fully permitted. We even got our Army Corps engineer a permit back in December, which was unfortunately a surprise to us back in April when the jurisdiction changed and forced us to go to the federal, federal permit aspect when we were 2 weeks away from our state permit. So it was a big surprise to us, but it is fully permitted, ready to go. Unfortunately, with the cost situation, that's why we redesigned it to try to reduce some of these costs. The beauty about this is that's why, we did not relocate access points, so the conversation with traffic and engineering, that's all reconciled under Plan A. So the process through final site plan is going to be pretty easily achieved. It's just accommodating to the building footprint and the requirements on site, but everything on the right-of-way, everything, outside, off-site improvements has already been rectified, so it'd be an easy process through final site plan, just getting this project built.
And really with the pond, it moves everything closer to 41 as opposed to Bayshore Road.
Correct.
So it takes it away from the old community.
That's correct.
Any other questions? Could we have the staff presentation? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'd
Sure.
just like to follow up on Commissioner Gay's question about adding buildings. So this is a preliminary site plan, so everything that we're proposing on option B there is also a part of that preliminary site plan, which is a highly detailed zoning plan approval that we're asking for. So to come in and add buildings or to make any significant changes to that plan, we'd be back in before you asking or requesting those changes. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you,
Good,
Mr. Chair.
thank you.
Good morning, I'm Loretta Merrill with staff, and I have been sworn. Marshall covered most of the Mitchell project. I'll just go through real quick. They are maintaining the same number of dwelling units, which is 183, with 25% designated affordable, and the LURA has already been executed. They're maintaining the approved access points. Option A, as he said, was 4 3-story buildings, and option B is 1 4-story building. Option A has already been fully approved, went through the final site plan process. If they wanted to and could afford to, they would build it now. Option B is a financial feasibility issue. We went over the location and the zoning. So once again, option A was previously approved, 4 buildings up to 3 stories with amenities, 20 dwelling units per acre with the affordable housing bonus, and 0.5 acres of wetlands impacted. Option B, the 183 units, 1 building up to 4 stories, and that's primarily why we've come back before you, is the increase in height. The stormwater underground vaults were already fully vetted and approved. This redesign with the ponds has been reviewed to a PSP level. It will come back administratively for the final FSP when they decide to move forward. And I think Marshall already covered this. The only change is the stormwater design and the building height and number of buildings. Number of units the same, the affordable housing aspect the same. Open space, the 25% minimum is required, 39% is being provided with option B. They have the 20-foot roadway buffer that is required along all property lines, 20-foot building setback required with an additional 20-foot setback for the 4th story, and both options meet or exceed this requirement. And once again, 2 access points are required, and they are provided on 89th Street East and Bayshore Road. These are the 3 specific approvals. They were previously approved, but we're just wanting to reiterate that this is what they would like. Reduction in parking from 1.8 to 1.55 spaces per unit. Allow the option of exercise stations within the roadway buffers, and the environmental planning staff has reviewed that and said that is okay with them as they still meet those buffer requirements. And the last one is to waive the sidewalk requirement on the east side of Bayshore Road, and as Marshall said, they are providing that crosswalk with the lights so that residents can pass over to the west side of Bayshore Road and use the existing sidewalk there. We have a couple stipulations. There's possible impact on residents from US 41, Busy Road. So they are going to be required to have impact windows installed on all units that abut US 41 to mitigate the noise. And residents will be informed that those units may be exposed to traffic noise and glare, as well as any measures the developer is taking to mitigate those. The positive aspects are the approval of 2 options provide the developer with flexibility based upon financial feasibility. This increases the likelihood that we will actually get this built and have those affordable housing units. The project will provide units to the affordable housing market, and the development has a nice focal point with the community pool, amenity area, they even have a dog park. Negative aspect is the location next to US 41, because they could have possible negative impact from that. The mitigating measures are that they do have the required buffering and setbacks, in many places exceeding those setbacks, and they have the adequate separation from those uses. And the applicant, once again, will be required to provide impact windows to address any noise issues from US 41. And once again, the residents will be informed of that possible impact. With the proposed stipulations and requested specific approvals, staff finds the request to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable review standards of the Land Development Code. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Just a quick question. I'm wondering if my math is off. It says they're providing 311 spaces at a ratio of 1.55. Shouldn't that be about 283, 284 spaces when I do my math? That's what I'm coming up with. I'm just curious if I'm missing something.
Do you have that?
183 times 1.55, I'm coming up with 284.
I'm just trying to find the plan set page that has that exact calculation. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to read.
Sorry.
Yes. Okay, they're actually providing 1.69 spaces. The 1.55 is so they have wiggle room based on what they design at the end.
Okay.
Those numbers might be inaccurate in the staff report, but they are correct on the plans.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Bowers?
I want to talk about the stormwater some more a little bit, if you don't mind. I'm not so much concerned about this particular project, I don't think, but talk to me about our current county infrastructure as it relates to stormwater collection systems in this area. How are we in terms of, are we at capacity? Are we plenty capacity? How's that look for us?
Unfortunately, I'm not a stormwater expert. I don't see Tom Gerstenberger here. He is our county expert. They are required on this project a 50% flow reduction rate on what goes off-site.
And I can answer that question
That's
for
right.
staff. I can answer your question
Okay.
for staff. So Denise Greer for staff. This area in this area, they will be discharging to one pipe system under Bay Shore, and then it discharges directly to a slough or a wetland area that goes out to Terracea Bay area. So they have a pretty good almost direct discharge, except for the one pipe, which, if I remember correctly, you're upsizing one of those pipes.
Okay. So on a scale of 1 to 10, in terms of concerns about this community to the west, experiencing new flooding that they have never experienced before or at a higher level, 10 being concerned, 1 being not concerned at all, where would you rate that?
Denise, is that something you speak to?
I would not be concerned based on that they are directly adjacent to the same wetland system that is connected to the bay.
Okay.
So it's more of a condition of what is happening in the bay and the Gulf as
Yes.
opposed to discharge.
Okay. Yeah. But the applicant is enlarging this pipe, if you will. I'm assuming that's to be able to handle the additional runoff that doesn't currently exist. Is that accurate?
I'll let them answer that, but I also believe it's to take a pipe that maybe needed to be, have a maintenance issue also associated with it. But I would like them to answer that for you directly.
Good morning. Creek Orca Sergeant, Gulf Coast Consulting. I'm a principal at the office. So in response to the drainage, so we are meeting the requirements of both SwiftMud and with the county, where any discharge that we have is less than the pre-development discharge in addition to the 50% reduction. So we are basically reducing even further than what the existing conditions are today. The pipe that we're talking about here is not so much an enlargement of the pipe, but it's replacing the pipe. It's a whole new pipe, and it's going across, actually, it's going across 89th Street at Bayshore. So it's, the bottom line basically is that we're holding back and retaining and detaining all the water in stormwater ponds, therefore not allowing that flow to go out off-site to be less than what it is today, so.
Okay.
There is a restriction of the railroad in that area also, so it goes underneath the railroad.
Yeah. My concern is, I understand the requirements that you're meeting 100%. My concern was many other applicants and projects that we've had over the years meet the same standard.
Right.
However, we have seen flooding in these areas that we've never seen before.
Right.
So what I'm questioning to staff is, while it's currently meeting the requirements for the applicant, are we in a situation now where that the runoff is exceeding these requirements, thereby requiring the county to make adjustments to its stormwater commitments and facilities and so forth? That's what I'm questioning. I'm not questioning that you're not meeting the standard. Does that make sense?
Right, right. So, I mean, basically, our designs are based off of, 25-year storms and 10-year storms on site, and maybe what you're seeing are some unprecedented, higher than 100-year storm events. I know during this last hurricane, a lot of people saw some unprecedented flooding and surging, so maybe that's what you're talking about. I'm not sure.
Yes, sir.
But, so, I mean.
And just regular rainstorms.
Yeah.
We're seeing flooding now in many areas now that we just haven't seen. The only difference is a bunch of new projects in and around these communities as a result. So that's what I'm questioning in terms of potentially what are we as a county going to end up having to do as a result of these numbers not meeting our current rainfall, et cetera, so.
Yeah.
But that's not your concern at this point, but thank you.
Sure.
I have a question. You're saying impact windows, but you'll have impact windows throughout the complex. You're saying more for soundproofing along 41. I don't know if that
Correct.
needs to be corrected or not. But is there any other questions? Okay, at this time, let's go ahead with public comments. Anybody interested?
Just,
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, Manatee County, also certified building contractor. I served two terms on the Affordable Housing Board, so I know a little bit about affordable housing. And I'm a numbers guy. It's real simple, like your question about 50 to 80, right? So let me give you some stats. The market rate for $700 to $1,000 is less than 5%, right? You talk to anybody in this building, they would be pushing $1,000 to pay their rent on an entry-level job. 83% is between $1,500 and over $2,000. 83% of market rate is that what they're doing? I would like to know from this developer is that he says it's unaffordable. When you look at some of the home runs that are out there, Mark Van Groff, with his housing projects, he does hotel rooms. My question is, as a numbers guy, how many units are two-bedroom at the 120%? Because if it's most of them, as a taxpayer, we're footing the bill for hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're paying their impact fees. That's not a deal for the taxpayer. That's not a deal for affordable housing. So you need to ask the hard questions. I want to know how many efficiencies, if any, right? How many one-bedrooms and how many two-bedrooms? If the project's all two bedrooms, it's not going to be any affordable housing. I hate to say it. As far as building costs, You got a 700 square foot apartment, and you're getting 1,500, guess what? Build two efficiencies at 350. I don't know if you go out and talk to young people today, they just want a roof over their head. I do shipping container homes, 320 square feet. They're happy with that. Are there any apartments there at 320 square feet, 350, efficiencies that are reasonable for most of the hardworking folks that are in our community? Those are the questions. I want to know those numbers. As a taxpayer, if those numbers aren't there, and they just want us to pay all those impact fees for the two-bedroom market rate, absolutely not. That's why we're in the process of changing that law to 50 to 80. Because the 120 is just icing on the cake, and I've seen many developers, not the professional affordable house builders, but developers that come in that want the added density without providing the lower end market rate. So I would like to know those numbers. If they want to come back and redress that, I'd like to know if there are any efficiencies and what is the price rate. What's the price range between a one-bedroom at what they're going to rent and market rate, and how many are they going to do? If they're all two bedrooms, it's a bad deal. I don't want my tax dollars being paid for 120% market rate units in this project. Don't buy it. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward? At this time, we're going to close the public comments. Questions for the applicant?
I would love an answer to that question, to the public comment from the applicant.
So to address the comment about the affordable housing, the LURA is already in place under option A, so it carries over to this option B plan. All 45 units, 25% are one bedrooms for this project. And, going to the impact fee question, we pay impact fees to our project as well. So we're paying, impact fees for roads, for police, for libraries, for school systems. So we're also paying the tax that goes with that as well. I think that addresses the question. So it ranges. We have smaller sizes for that reason, to keep it more affordable. I think we're starting our one bedrooms between $1,750 and $1,800, and it can range up to $2,000, which is under the threshold for the 120% AMI.
Thank you.
And to address one more question on the construction costs, the comment was made that a 700 square foot unit would be relatively cheap to build. Our project is about 920 square feet on average for the units. Unfortunately, our bid came back at about $240,000 a unit to build this community. So pricing is just unfortunately out of control, and these are the metrics we need to use to try to get these projects off the ground. So,
Thank you, sir. We have staff closing comments.
I just wanted to add something about stormwater. I'm sorry, I didn't have all my notes up at the time, but, and then Tom Gerstenberger did let me know that the stormwater master plan for Bishop Harbor, which this discharges to, is currently underway. So there may be some changes to this area.
I just wanted to reiterate that option A has been approved with that 80 to 120. They could move forward with that with a recorded LURA at this point. In the future, if the commission changes those requirements, future projects could meet those different requirements.
Yes, sir. Applicant, closing comments.
sorry, one last thing I failed to mention. This affordable housing program went through the Manatee County's guidelines. We didn't go through, the Sadowski funds or try to get tax credit deal. This is strictly through Manatee County's policy. And we also didn't ask for any incentives. This is 100% on the developer. The incentives that we received through us were just density bonuses and some, specific approvals. But we didn't receive any monetary incentives or reduction in impact fees, just for the record.
Is there any other applicant closing comments on this? At this time, I'll close open forum and deliberations and voting.
I'd just like to say that, it's a great infill project, medium density. I think they've done everything that they were required to do, some things even more. We're all fearful of the flooding issues that have been going on, but I really think they've mitigated that properly. I would love to see the, 50 to 80%. Hopefully, we'll see that in the future from developers. I get it, it's expensive to build. It's stupid expensive. But I think this project is appropriate where it sits. You're already approved for option A. You're not asking for anything more other than basically changing the shape of the building. So I'm in support of the project.
Yes, sir, Mr.
I
Powell.
was just going to say, I moved to approve the project, but I appreciate you allowing me to ask the questions. The new board, is looking at us from a different light than previous, so we need to address a lot of these issues. So that's part of my reasoning for the questionings, and if the commissioners choose to look at the minutes and comments and so forth, which I think they're doing a lot more of, I wanted to make sure that was on the record. So I appreciate your patience.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Mr. Bauer and a second by Mr. Esslinger, and now we can cast our votes. And we have 6 yes votes to move this forward for recommendation. We have the second item, Ms. Greer.
Item number 2, PDR 2421 ZG, The Ridge, Church of the Trinity Metropolitan Community Church is the owner. It's quasi-judicial. We have Laura Gonzalez here for staff. It's a rezone of approximately 3.3 acres located on the southern portion of a 23.4 acre site, where 20.1 acres are currently zoned PDR and from A1 to PDR zoning district, retaining the overlay districts generally located on the east side of Lockwood Ridge Road of approximately 600 feet south of the intersection from Whitfield Avenue and commonly known as 7225 Lockwood Ridge Road. It's approving a general development plan for the total 23.4 acre site, allowing up to 256 multifamily units with at least 25% of those units designated as affordable housing, and it is subject to a proposed LURA.
Thank you. Has there been any ex parte communications in this project? Applicant presentation?
Excuse me. Good morning, Commissioners. I am Caleb Grimes with the law firm of Grimes Galvano. I'm a land use attorney, and as some of our commissioners know, I've been doing this for a long, long time, and it's a pleasure to be here today, and it's a pleasure to be here representing Kirko Land Holdings, and specifically Braden Curry, who is handling that and who will be here right after me to give a few words with you and to introduce his team. Just generally, I want to make sure you understand a couple of things about this and how we got here. The location is on Lockwood Ridge Road, just south of Whitfield Avenue, as was just explained. So we're well west of I-75 in an area that is mostly developed. The specific request is for a multifamily project with 256 units, with 25% of them qualifying as affordable. It is basically just a request for a general development plan, as the majority of the site is already zoned to PDR. There's a small portion, I think about 3 acres of the 23 acres at the south end that's has an old remnant A1 zoning category, which is pretty crazy in this area, that would be rezoned to PDR to match the rest of the site. I think that there was some questions about it, and my client can tell it more, but there is a great need for housing. We get so many people into Florida and into this county on a regular basis, and we need we need housing, and especially we need affordable housing. So where do we put this? And I think Commissioner Bauer just said something about hearing what commissioners have been saying, and we've been following that as well. And we're trying to put this additional housing that is needed, including affordable housing, in infill projects if we can, and especially in areas where we have infrastructure in place for it, and more particularly if we're on a road that has capacity to handle this development. And so Mr. Curry looked for a place and he found this. And it meets those requirements of being infill and being on a road that can handle it with all the utilities. Just so you know, when he originally applied for it, you know, your rules allow additional density if it's a mixed-use development, and this one happens to qualify where it could be a mixed-use development, and he looked at that to having commercial associated with it and the increased density based on a mixed-use project, but made the decision, and in part from what you are giving guidance on and our board is giving guidance on, to change this to just an affordable project with no mixed-use elements. As you see, it has a church on the site. That's an added bonus. It's kind of a symbiotic relationship between the church and housing. They like to have the people that will be at the church, and the people have a chance to have a church. And it's been all designed in a way to maintain the church and the church grounds for the people in the neighborhood and still be able to have such a project. So with this in mind, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Curry, who can tell you a little bit about his project.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Braden Curry, and I'm the president of Kirko Capital and the applicant on today's agenda item. I am seeking your approval for an infill affordable housing project at the intersection of Lockwood Ridge and Whitfield Avenue. I started this project in December of 2023 and committed to both the church and myself to look towards careful planning, community outreach, and design tailored to meet this board's priorities and the needs of Manatee County. We've incorporated direct feedback from neighbors and designed a proposal that adheres to the standards of Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. Importantly, we are not requesting any upzoning. Instead, we've complied to our Res 9 future land use designation, prioritizing affordable housing in a strategic location. We initially considered a mixed-use component for obvious density bonuses within Res 9 add activity nodes, but instead we chose to emphasize the path of affordable housing, a conservative and a critical need in our community. When it came to choosing a development partner for this project, there were a number of local resumes that would have made sense. However, I ultimately selected a group I believe was most qualified for this specific project. Ford Property Company has over 40 years of experience in multifamily housing, and they are committed to voluntarily incorporating LEED and green certifications into their projects. Most importantly, they have extensive experience in affordable housing, including 4% and 9% LIHTC tax credit deals, market rate deals, and income-restricted affordable deals, which ultimately ensures operational efficiency and building quality for its residents. Community engagement has been central to this process. I've personally met with nearby residences, visited their homes, and collaborated on solutions to address specific concerns and how to tailor our general development plan based on their feedback. Now, this is very important. This project is located on a roadway with a level of service grade C, which has been identified by the current BOCC as a priority area to retarget growth back to infill locations with good roadway systems. Additionally, by choosing to forego a mixed-use component, we've significantly reduced traffic impacts, conserved hundreds of trips per hour, and preserved roadway capacity for other applicants, ensuring progress aligns with community well-being. I respectfully ask for your support and approval for this project, and I'd now like to introduce Philip with Kimley Horn to go over further specifics regarding the LDC and comp plan compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Braden. Thank you, Caleb. Once again, for the record, and I have been sworn, my name is Philip DiMaria. I'm a certified planner with Kimley Horn. I think they did a fantastic job just covering the project. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail and try and speed through these slides to the best of my ability. Braden and Caleb and myself represent a larger team of professionals and project partners on this particular development proposal. Becca Bond and Trenton Strackbine are both professional engineers with their focus areas respectively in traffic and stormwater. So if you have any questions regarding those, I'd be happy to call them to the dais here. And Todd Hirschfeld is a environmental scientist who performed a full site assessment. So any questions regarding wetlands in site or any other species or habitats, we'd be happy to call him here as well. And Taylor DePietro was a planner who also assisted on this project. A little bit about the developer. For Property Company, along with Braden, are one of the best developers in Florida and have developed a variety of sites across the Southeast, once again focusing on environmental sensitivity, reducing and energy efficiency, and reducing the impact on the environment. Very high quality projects, and they're excited to do another one here in Manatee County. About the project location, we're about a mile and a half north of University Parkway and just south of the intersection of Whitfield and Lockwood Ridge Roads. And we have one parcel on site that is within the proposal. And there are a variety of land uses on the site, including the church Caleb mentioned, and the open space where we're providing and proposing a multifamily project. Just to the south, this is a view looking south. You can see the communities as well as some of the amenities in the area, once again shortening trip lengths, and that'll be a key theme of this as a whole. This is an infill project by the definitions of Manatee County's code, and we're excited about that. Caleb did a great job covering this, but I'll restate a few key points. We are maintaining the future land use designation of the site. Manatee County's blueprint for development, the comprehensive plan, has designated this as a Res 9 site, and there are no changes to the comp plan proposed. There is a small section of the site located on the south side. You can see that in green, that is currently designated A1, agriculture, and that is the subject to the rezone, right? So we're folding in that small green area into the larger blue area that's already zoned PDR, planned development residential, and assigning a GDP to it. For whatever reason, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when this site was originally zoned PDR, a GDP was not assigned, so here we are assigning a GDP to it. Here's the future land use of the site. Once again, Res 9. The sites to the right, to the east of the property, are also designated Res 9, though they have developed at lower densities. A little bit about the project design itself. We're proposing a 4-story multifamily project with very deep setbacks. You'll see in your packet as well, and I'll cover it shortly as well, 75-foot setbacks on all sides, providing for the compatibility that we know is going to be key to reduce any visual impacts to our neighbors and the surrounding area. I'll run through these quickly, and this is really just setting up individual items that I'd like to focus on in this presentation. But these are key items associated with this project that I think just try and keep them in mind when evaluating whether or not to recommend approval. One is that we're limiting urban sprawl. This is an infill development location. This is far west of the future development area boundary, and we're providing density in a location where there's infrastructure in place to serve a development of this size. We're using site design to the best of our ability. We've been extremely thoughtful and mindful to maximize compatibility, and we've met with neighbors as well through workshops and individual meetings to ensure that we're minimizing any impacts to our surrounding area. The affordable housing option is key. It's been a key discussion just this morning, and I'm sure it's one that continues to come before you. But we're pleased to present over 60 units that'll be designated for attainability, lowercase a attainable, but attainable options in close proximity to job centers, right? Once again, we are located west of I-75, reducing impacts on roadways and in close proximity to major employers who can provide jobs for those who would live in the units provided. Located on a roadway with capacity for project ships, traffic's always a key concern here. We've done a pretty in-depth traffic study, and a follow-up traffic study will be required prior to final site plan. And Braden mentioned this as well when he was up here, but this is a pretty conservative development proposal considering the future land use for the site. We'll get into that in more detail here shortly. So one item that I just like, there's a lot of words on this slide, but one thing I'd like to just point to is the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan defining infill as the process of developing vacant or underused parcels within the existing urbanized areas that are mostly built out. What is being built is effectively filling in the gaps. That's exactly what's being proposed here. There's underutilized land in a location where there's already an infrastructure investment, and we are filling in the gaps here at Whitfield and Lockwood Ridge Road. The utilization of existing and planned infrastructure as well. This is an area that Manatee County continues to invest money, whether that be the expansion or the creation of Ron DeSantis Park, which now has a CIP project to provide for an expansion of it. The impact fees generated, as well as the ad valorem tax revenue generated by a project of this caliber, is going to continue to support those sorts of investments in infrastructure. When we traditionally think about infrastructure, we're thinking about water, sewer, roads, but also recreation infrastructure as well. Lockwood Ridge Road improvements as well are expected to increase capacity at Lockwood Ridge Road, but once again, it's not currently deficient today. Our project proposal doesn't increase or does not impact the roadway to change its level of service, but Manatee County has projects in the pipeline that'll provide additional capacity on the roadway. I want to speak briefly about this location as well. We are not the first multifamily development at this node, if you will. Right up the street is the Crossing at Palmera Apartments. They've been a very successful project. They've seen strong lease trends and occupancy rates at their location, and that's driving some of the demand for another apartment project like the one that we're proposing. So the market demands a project of this caliber, and we're providing and just meeting or providing supply to that demand. A little bit about the site, once again, keying in on infill. This is a location that's seen significant change from 2014 to 2024. We've ID'd about 7 projects just in the general vicinity where there was really nothing before, and looking to today, projects have been developed, everything from self-storage to additional single-family homes to a multifamily housing project, that Crossing at Palmera that's identified by number 2 on the screen, you can see. Now, speaking of site design, all this is located in your staff report, which I'm sure you did a very thorough review, but I want to just hone in on a couple of data points here. One is the open space requirement. We're exceeding 50% open space on the site. We're being very mindful of preserving wetlands, those high-quality wetlands to the north of us, as well as providing additional open space just on site to ensure that there's room for the residents and has a similar look and feel as the surrounding area as well. Open space is key in this area of southern Manatee County, and we want to fall in line and look and feel similarly to the neighborhoods that surround us. Those setback requirements, 75 feet proposed, whereas the minimum required is 25 feet, 8 feet, and 15 feet. So at a minimum, we're providing 3 times the setbacks that are required by code. Now, that results in some things. When you're setting things back and providing additional open space, of course, height needs to increase to a certain degree to accommodate the number of units to help make this financially feasible. So we are proposing a 4-story residential project, which is pretty typical and can be seen just to the north of us at the Crossings at Palmera. I ran a little bit long.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. Mitigating wetland impacts, we're proposing a 6.25 acre preservation area to our north. Those are the highest quality wetlands on site, and they also provide a degree of stormwater treatment. Additionally, I'll add, and my stormwater engineer can speak to this more thoroughly, but the FEMA flood line runs through that wetland, and we are not touching that. We are staying far away from that FEMA flood line. Once again, our commitment to environmental responsibility, but also some of the stormwater concerns that we've heard and from both this board as well as the commission as well. And then enhanced buffering. So we've spent time with the neighbors, as I've mentioned, and tried to provide additional mitigation factors, which we've come to agreement with our neighbors as well. We have letters to both of them and from them that speak to us addressing their concerns. And those 2 neighbors are the ones adjacent to the property in our southeast corner. You can see them identified at the stars location on the map to the right of the screen. Speaking of neighbors, we had a neighborhood workshop just a couple months ago. We informed all residents within 500 feet, sent out mailers, held a workshop. There were a few questions and concerns. We've done our best to accommodate those concerns. So 15-foot landscape buffers, a 6-foot high opaque wall where adjacent to single-family homes have been placed and incorporated into our site design, along with enhanced landscaping and privacy hedges and the reduction of parking spaces. This is the location on the GDP of that proposed wall that in our southeast corner. North is planned left on the screen. This kind of just shows the distance to our neighboring properties and the amount of mature vegetation that exists that is planned to be maintained that will once again just contribute to buffering, mitigation of any sight lines or concerns associated with the height on site. A little bit about attainable housing. 25% will be designated as workforce housing. We've worked closely with Manatee County staff, and this is, once again, just falling in line with the policy direction of the Board of County Commissioners. That attainable housing, as I mentioned earlier, is key in this location just because of the proximity to job centers. We're not located way out east or or way up north in Manatee County. We're right smack dab in the middle of all the major employers, close to the airport, close to downtown Bradenton, close to downtown Sarasota, and UTC, where there's a need for real economic development, and we're providing attainable housing in line with those needs. As it relates to roadway capacity, we pulled this out of the staff report, but our proposal of 256 multifamily units are anticipated to generate 100 p.m. peak hour trips, and a detailed study of traffic will be performed at the PSP and FSP stage. But a quick reminder that 100 trips proposed is far below the 562 p.m. peak hour trips that are permitted within the comp plan category. We're not proposing any commercial land uses. It's just residential, and because of that, we're able to reduce the amount of trips on the site. To the general development plan itself, I've kind of nibbled at the edges here, but apartment-style housing, 4 stories, 25% of the units designated as affordable. There's a large indoor amenity space, dog park, pool, as well as a centralized stormwater pond to provide just a little bit more insular and centrally located focal points to the development itself. To the north is that 6.25 acre wetland conservation area, and we've reduced the proposal by 60 units to minimize any impacts to that area of wetlands. You'll notice a specific approval within your packet, a request for a reduction of parking. That's also in line with reducing just the amount of impervious area on the site, reducing the amount of space just in general to minimize any impacts to those wetlands. This is the GDP included in your packet. The darker orange zone are those setback areas where maybe one-story apartments, or sorry, one-story garages are the only development permitted within that area, and the apartment, any habitable space would have to be located within the lighter yellow shown on screen. With any application that comes before you, a comprehensive plan consistency review is required. We've done our homework. We've reviewed the Manatee County's comprehensive plan in depth, and we've provided for the various policies, transportation, housing chapter, future land use chapter, where this is all consistent and compliant with the comprehensive plan as well as the land development code. I've spoken for a long time. I think I'm just going to keep this on screen. These are the key takeaways and conclusion we think should factor into some of your decision making today. But we kindly request your recommendation for approval. We're excited about this project. We put a lot of time and thought into this. But once again, myself and the team are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Are there currently any questions for the applicant? Mr. Bauer?
Yeah. Talk to me about the reasoning about impacting half of your current wetlands. Is that simply to be able to build what you want to build?
Sure. I'd be happy to speak to this, and I'll also ask Todd maybe to come up as well as Caleb. There's limited latitude on the site to provide for the type of project that what we're proposing, to your point. That being said, we did an evaluation of the wetlands on site. That was our first part of this project when the property first came in front of us. Todd physically visited the site, walked through the wetlands, identified a high degree of invasive species that he can speak to more thoroughly than I could that exist on the site. And there is a threat that those invasive species could continue north further into the wetland. These wetlands are, in his estimation, in my words, not his, but of lower quality. And so they've been identified as being suitable for the sorts of impacts that we're proposing in this location.
How long has this application been in place as well? Was this, let me be more specific, your application and your design and so forth, was that pre or post change to the 25-foot wetland buffer decisions?
Pre.
Pre? Okay, so when you were looking at this project prior to, with the 50-foot buffer, how is it being done?
Sure. Would you like to speak to this, or I'd be happy to?
Go ahead, I'll follow up.
Sure. So with the increase in buffer requirements, basically what occurs is we need to provide a secondary impact to the wetlands if we were to increase the buffer space. We designed the project, as you said, with that 25-foot buffer. We've reduced to the greatest degree possible our northern edge of the developable area, if you will. So any increase in buffer area will require additional encroachment into the existing wetland.
If I may, please, Caleb Grimes. Commissioner Bauer, what we have here is a challenge in that it's hard to find infill areas where you can do a successful multifamily with affordable housing project. And we had the church who had this property that wanted to bring one in, and Mr. Curry worked with them to come up with something that would be successful. So what was done was look at the site and say exactly where do we put a project that can be successful, and you need a certain number of units to make that work, as you know. And so there was then work with the church, how much do we go to the south and move it in and encroach on the church's site versus how far do we go to the north? And a lot of what went into that was what Mr. Curry explained, was working with the neighbors, so that we could, the more you move it north, the more you move it away from existing home sites. And in addition, the church has some open area. I think they have a prayer tree and a place where people like to come, and we wanted to keep that as a very good place for people in the community to come and enjoy on the church grounds. I understand that people from all over the community do come to those church grounds and enjoy that area. So it was a big compromise, and part of it, as was explained, was looking at the quality of the wetlands. Mr. Curry explained to me that, for example, where they're impacting the wetlands, it's actually sandy soil in the area, which is really good for building on, and is not traditionally, your hydric soils for wetlands. And so this is, in looking at some old aerials, we saw that this is an area that probably due to roads being built over the years and things, that this wetland area expanded, but is not really a true historic type of wetland. So they went into all of this to decide how to place it so that it could be successful and work with the church. I hope that answers what we went through in coming up to it. Braden, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
My question was more pertaining to if this whole design and everything was pre-decision of reducing the buffer to 25 feet, what did it look like when it was 50 feet? And why not stick with that?
Well, if I can, this wetland, of course, as you've looked at it, on the north by the county, on the east, it goes over it to the north part. It's against the road. as you go north. So it's already a wetland that's been affected by other things that don't have that kind of buffer around it. And so when you do this, when you put something in place, whether it's 50 feet, 25 feet, or 100 feet, if you put your construction in place and then you have impacted the wetland, and how big your buffer is, the bigger your buffer, the more wetland you impact. So we've been trying to work with staff, and we work under the rules to mitigate that kind of impact on the buffer. And so you could make a bigger buffer, then you impact more wetlands. And
How's that? How do you impact more wetlands?
you have to take away wetlands to build a buffer. And so what we're trying to do is reach
Isn't it the
a-
opposite? You're not taking away wetlands to
there
build a
is no-
buffer, you're building a
there-
buffer
there
away
is
from the
no-
wetlands.
There is no buffer there now. So it's not like you're impacting a buffer with the development.
Isn't the buffer the
you
current
build the
wetlands that you're
development-
looking to mitigate?
I'm sorry, what?
Isn't part of the buffer that you have now the current wetlands you're looking to mitigate?
We will be mitigating any current buffer. There's really not a built current buffer. It's not developed. It is not there. So what we are doing is trying to work. We work with your staff. We work with the Swift Mud and with everybody to come up with something that saves as much wetlands as we can, allows the project, and creates an appropriate buffer.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we were initially site planning this project, I had approached the board of the church and sat down with them and said, where do we want to establish that southern boundary line for this project? And so I think Philip's going to pull up our actual underlying site plan that we have been working on that corresponds with the general development plan. And me, like I said in my presentation, one of my biggest points was building height compatibility and neighborhood outreach. And so I personally went to the homes of Dr. Ron Hurley and Stephen Dardinsky. They're in the southeast corner of this project. It's the top right side of the project. And we determined that should be the stopping ground for any development south of that project. If we were to push this project south any further, we would have our 4-story building footprint, even though we're set back almost 100 feet on our underlying site plan, there could have been some views potentially seen from the backyards of the residences at the top right side of the project. And so we wanted to maintain the natural buffer that exists within the community to the east of us, and we thought that was a great middle ground for where that should take place. And so, yeah. Hope that answers.
We could go back to the presentation, I'm sorry. This is our proposed site plan in a little bit more detail. And this is what is intended to come before in the shape of a PSP implementing the GDP that we see on screen. But I think this maybe speaks a little more directly to what Mr. Curry just spoke to, the necessity of providing parking around those buildings that are proposed and minimizing the encroachment on the church to the south, our neighbors to the east, and of course the wetland to the north.
Is there any other additional questions for the applicant? Yes, sir.
Out of the 60 proposed affordable units, kind of piggybacking off the questions that we asked in the previous, can you speak to what size are those units, and have you done any projections as far as the rent?
Sure, I'll defer once again to Mr. Curry, our client.
Yeah, good question. For us, I believe fair housing prohibits us from making units smaller for affordable. And so what we've done is we maintain about a 975 average square foot between our 1, 2s, and 3-bedroom units based on the unit mix that we are currently looking at today. So generally speaking, our 1-bedroom units will be anywhere from 700 square feet to 850 square feet. Our 2-bedroom units would be 850 to 1,100 square feet, and then our 3-bedroom units would be anywhere from 1,100 to 1,300 square feet, all averaged out to be around 975 square feet, if that answers your question.
Okay, yes. Have you done any projections as to far as what you think the rent's going to be for those units?
Yeah,
Considering the affordable housing?
Sure. Based on the market right now, I think the majority of the markets within this immediate area of University Parkway, Lockwood, and Whitfield are about $2.40 a square foot. I think to kind of piggyback off of what Glenn was talking about earlier regarding 50% and 80%, if you look at the market and what happened when interest rates were down to 3 or 4%, what you saw is an increase in applications enter Manatee County, and what it did is it increased supply, and that build out is taking place right now. But what hasn't been talked about much is when interest rates went up to 7 and 8%, you saw a 75% decrease in transaction volume and land happen in multifamily. And so we're not going to be able to see that come into fruition until 2025 and 26. And so what these LURAs do is they establish a hedge against inflation on rents. So if our rents go from $2.40 on the market rate side to $2.80, well, what happens is that LURA caps those those affordable units to be capped at where they're at based on an average median income. So we're basically, when the market rate units go up in pricing, those LURA units are going to stay the same. And what it does is, that's why you guys have that program, is to hedge against inflation on rents. And so, yeah, right now, we usually play on the conservative side for rents, and we underwrite at about $2.30 a square foot for this project. And as you know, the project across the street, they've seen a high uptick in occupancy over the last few months, and based on when our project's set to deliver, there's probably going to be about a 2-year gap in demand within the immediate area. So there's definitely a need for housing. It's just, where do you do it? And hope that answers any questions.
Thank you.
Just as a follow-up, what would the unit distribution be as far as 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom?
Yeah.
For the overall, and then also for the affordable?
Sure. We generally underwrite at a 45% 1-bedroom, 45% 2-bedroom, and then a 10% 3-bedroom. How we underwrite that within our pro forma is we distribute evenly those, and I think it's actually 64 units compared to 60. We spread those evenly throughout the 1s, 2s, and 3s. And so that's generally how we handle those.
So that reflects the overall distribution? The affordable ones are going to be the same
Correct.
ratio?
Yeah, correct. We do thirds, basically,
Yeah,
within our underlying performance.
okay. And you're confident that the 1.6 parking ratio is sufficient?
Yeah.
Because there's no transit nearby, and,
Sure. So the plan you're looking at now, we actually, we site plan that to a 172, based on when final building footprints and stormwater gets settled. We like to have it to a 1.6 to provide us flexibility should we need to, we'd hate to come back through, wait a few months and go down 0.12. So we'd rather ask for it now.
yeah.
And then have the ability to go. But right now, you're looking at a 172 on your parking ratio.
Okay, and you're confident that's adequate?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, our underlying site plan kind of drives our GDP decisions.
Mr. Curry, I just have a quick question. I was interested, you had mentioned that you're incorporating LEED building practices. Are you going for a LEED certification, or?
We've been looking at a number of different certifications historically in the past, and I won't speak for my partner for property company, but they have incorporated LEED and green certifications. I talked to them briefly about this a couple weeks ago, and we haven't determined which one of those we're going to do. There's different consultants that we hire to make sure that we incorporate those items efficiently and based on state and local regulations to get those certifications. So whether it's a green certification or a LEED certification, I don't know which one it will be yet, but those are something historically in the past that they have done in Central Florida, even when they're not required.
Yeah, very impressive.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any additional questions? Thank you, sir. At this time, will we have the staff presentation? Ms. Gonzalez?
Good morning, Commissioners. Laura Gonzalez with Development Services Department, and I have been sworn. The applicant did a great job explaining the proposal, so I will go over my presentation briefly. Okay, the project maintains the future land use category, that is Res 9, and this future land use category allows residential uses with a maximum density of 9 dwelling units per acre and for 20 dwelling units per acre for affordable housing projects as this one. The proposed density is 10.9, so it's within the maximum allowed. It's approximately half of the maximum allowed. Here we have the zoning district for the property, and with this rezoning, the PDR zoning district will be consolidated over the whole property. And as you can see, this zoning district is also in most of the surrounding areas of this property. Here we have the GDP that was very well explained by the applicant. I would like to highlight that due to the presence of wetlands and proposed impacts to wetland, the number of dwelling units has been revised, has been adjusted, and these are the numbers according to the requirements of the comprehensive plan and the land development code. So due to the wetland transfer, that the wetlands represent more than 20% of the total property, the maximum number of dwelling units that they can have is 316 units. And with the wetland impacts, with the consideration of the 6 acres that are impacted, the total is reduced by 60 units, and the resulting number is 256. That is exactly the number of dwelling units that they are proposing. They are requesting 2 specific approval. One of them is to reduce the greenbelt buffer width from 15 feet to 10 feet between the residential development and the adjacent church. And the second specific approval is to reduce the parking ratio from 1.8 to 1.6. Okay. Based on the analysis of the comprehensive plan and the land development code requirements, these are the positive aspects of this project. The project will provide needed affordable housing in the county. They also are proposing an amenity center as a focal point, and this way the project complies with the PDR standards of the land development code. Public facilities are either in place or planned to serve the development. The project is located on a thoroughfare that, according to the traffic study, it has sufficient capacity for the additional trips that the project generates while maintaining the standard level of service. The increase in trips on the first impacted thoroughfare will make a more effective use of that road segment. The project exceeds the requirement of open space, and no protected species has been found on site. Negative aspect, the proposed density is higher than the density of the immediate vicinity. The building height exceeds the height of the residential units to the east and to the west, and could potentially increase the noise level, generate lighting spillover, and raise privacy concerns. The nearest bus route and bus stops are located over 2 miles away. The lack of non-residential uses would increase the average trip length and could increase traffic congestion. Multiple road segments away from this development. 6 acres of wetland impacts are proposed, and none of the on-site pine flatwood habitat is proposed for preservation. only 40% of the on-site mixed hardwood coniferous habitat is proposed for preservation. As a mitigating measure, adequate buffers and setbacks will screen the development and to address compatibility with surrounding properties. And the density has been revised to in accordance to the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan requirement. And at time of the preliminary and final site plan, the project shall demonstrate compliance with Section 806 outdoor lighting, which limits the lighting spillover on residential protected areas. With the proposed stipulation and related specific approvals, we find the request to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable standard of the Land Development Code, and compliant with all of these requirements of the Land Development Code and comprehensive plan will be reviewing in detail at time of the preliminary and final site plan. Do you have any question?
Is there any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Bowers.
Sorry.
I think
No
that
questions.
environmental reviewer has something to share with you to address the previous comments.
Let's talk a little bit about transportation.
Is there here? Mhm. I referred to transportation.
Good morning. Boniface Transportation Planning Section Manager. I've been sworn.
Wonderful. Talk to me about the capacity of the roadways in and around this area. What are we operating at currently?
Local Bridges level of service D, and the road is not going to make it fail. That's the project is not going to make it fail. You have the road has capacity to handle the traffic that will be generated by the new project.
Okay, so what do we anticipate, what anticipation do we have improving the roads around this area and when?
In the vicinity, we have 63rd Avenue East from 301 to 44th, which is a CIP, will be sent out to bid the next 2 years, I think. After we don't have any other CIPs in the area for capacity. We have one is to, for the base on local grid, it's not going to, it's not for capacity. It's for the base of the road. But if you look at the road in the entire area, that will be impacted by this project. They have capacity to handle the traffic that will be generated by this project.
Well, my concern is that in addition to this, my numbers indicate that there's about another 1,822 dwellings to be developed or are being developed in addition to this 256. So my concern is, as a negative aspect of this project, was that our roadways, as they are now, currently together aren't able to effectively have a proper, I would say proper, but I'm concerned about additional road congestion of this project in addition to all the other projects as it relates to the timing of the county improving the roads. Does that make sense?
You need, yeah, I don't need to be specific. That means when we have a project like that, we study the impact area of this project.
I understand that.
Okay, that means if you want to this for the, if you want to go with the impact of this project, all the network, all the roads in this area that will be impacted, they all have capacity to handle the trip for this project. If you go somewhere else, North County or South County, we may have roads that are failing. But for this specific project, okay, these roads in this area, in the vicinity of this project, have capacity to handle the trip that will be generated by this project.
Okay. And my last question again is back on the stormwater, because this area, I think, was impacted by flooding. What's our status of our stormwater infrastructure in this area as well?
So Angela, if you want to show that latest map that you just printed out for me, and I may need to come down and point to it, but we'll try it up here. But, so just so you know, the existing stormwater model that we have in this area was adopted in 2013 and does not use the latest NOAA data. But we do have an ongoing study in this area. And during Milton, if you can see where the elevation of 3.1799 is, that's our own stormwater facility. During Milton, we did go out and pump that down to preemptively draw down the water level in this area to help with flooding. This is a map where you can see that we've had flooding in this area in the past. It does not have the FEMA line on it, but it looks like flooding on this property did expand south, what might be out of the FEMA flood area. And then you will also see that on Whitfield Avenue, which is the roadway just north of our stormwater system, that light blue area does indicate that there was some flooding there for that road. But like I said, we are currently, we also currently have a work assignment to make the control structure for our stormwater facility an automatic drawdown when needed, to preemptively help during some of these storm events. Right now, the last time we did it, we just did it by hand. And we do have a new stormwater master plan being done for this area currently.
Do we have an anticipation when that master plan will be complete?
From what I'm seeing from our stormwater department, 18 to 36 months.
Thank you.
We don't, that I'm aware of, have any stormwater calculations in hand yet from the applicant, so I don't know if they've looked. Sometimes when they come here, they know what to anticipate. We are requiring that they, and it's a condition that you probably saw in the staff report, that they compare pre versus post for some of the 100-year storms. And those rainfall amounts are given in the staff report. But they might have more information. They are required to reduce the pre-developed runoff rate by 50%, and they do have 150% more treatment that they're required to do because of their location. Did I answer your questions, or is there
Yes,
some
ma'am.
that I maybe missed? And I'm sorry, Denise Gruffer, staff, and I have been sworn.
It just prompted another question as I'm looking at this and how much flooding is on that south side of the property. I guess I'm curious to see what applicant says in terms of,
Well, you can see where the church is on here,
yeah.
and their development is north of that church area, just to give you some relative area.
where does all that water go and how do you manage that?
Well, just if, on this plan, and if I need to come down, I will and point, but right where the words Braden River Watershed Management Plan are, that's Rattlesnake Slough that goes to the northeast.
Well, my point is that this is already wetland area that flooded. And then we're just going to add all these structures and so forth. Apparently, the Rattlesnake Slough did not help manage that flooding that I'm seeing on that property.
Well, that's not to say that it's not a bowl-type area where it's holding water before it releases,
I
but
don't
again, they
disagree.
might,
I
I
don't
would let
disagree,
them
but-
discuss if they have more information.
Right, and they can address that, but what I'm seeing is, I'm seeing, structures going on in an area that's got all this water in it from this particular flooding. So now, where's that water gonna go to in the future versus sitting there? It's gonna, in my mind, it's dispersing out to the communities or somewhere, so I just wanted an explanation on that. Does that make sense?
Yes, this is Trenton Strackbine with Kimley Horn. I've been sworn. Would you like me to speak on this a little further?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as Denise kind of alluded to, the fact that it's a wetland, there's gonna be some inundation in a 100-year storm. There's inundation in
a 1-inch storm in this area because it's a bowl, right? A wetland is an area that holds water regularly because it doesn't have an outlet. So what you're seeing here is, when we run the models, they do basically run a program to show everywhere that there's water in a 100-year storm. So we would expect there to be water within a wetland in a 100-year storm. The colors on this map are supposed to represent flood depths, like the depth of flooding. So the lighter color is more shallow flooding, and the darker colors are more heavy flooding. So to answer your other question about, when we come in here and fill it, our perspective is that, we'll have to meet all the county requirements, but a lot of this water is generated from our site and filling in this wetland, whereas when we fill the wetland to create our development, we're taking that water that previously was there. It's not gonna run off that area anymore. We're capturing that in our internal stormwater system and placing it into a stormwater management pond, which will be constructed on the center of our, GDP roughly, if that could be pulled on the screen. So the intent of this project is to manage all of our stormwater on site. As Denise alluded to, there is a 50% reduction in post-development discharge. I just want to clarify, the reason that reduction exists is so that as development occurs, there's an acknowledgement that there is, some existing flooding downstream of here related to Rattlesnake Slough and the Braden River. The intent of that 50% reduction is so that over time, as developments come in, the overall peak runoff decreases. So you're helping solve county infrastructure issues by developing sites with that requirement. That said, not everywhere in the county has that requirement. That's specific to this basin. So maybe that's something that, in the previous presentation, you alluded to the fact that there were areas where there were new developments, not necessarily infill areas, but, there was new flooding, maybe that wasn't seen. Maybe that needs to be looked at for, some of these requirements, like the 50% reduction.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any more questions for Ms. Gonzalez?
Question for
Oh,
staff?
yes, ma'am. Any more questions at this time?
Okay,
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, can we open it up to public comments?
Oh, hello. Good morning. My name's Gail Eisenfeld. I'm a property owner at Traymore, and that really is on the corner of Lockwood Ridge and Whitfield Road. And there are several points that I'd like to bring to your
Yes, ma'am.
attention that you've already mentioned.
Yes, ma'am. Have
I'm
you
sorry?
been sworn?
I was sworn in, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
One is flooding. You've spoken about it time and time again. What do you do with the storm water? During, I think it was Hurricane or Storm Helene, Lockwood Ridge and Whitfield Avenue were closed because of flooding. This was the first time. People talk about once in a 100-year storm. Well, that might have been the past, but looking forward to the future, this is happening more and more often. We only have to look at Laurel Meadows to see what development had done to that area, and that was about the same age as Traymore is. So it's very, very comparable to what is going on now. We had the huge development across the street, the crossings that was built. Facing Whitfield, they're 3-story buildings. Facing Lockwood Ridge, they're 4-story buildings. Since that time, we've had the flooding. It impacted the area. Right now, this morning I looked on apartmentslist.com. They have 81 available units. It seems like nobody has mentioned that. Out of, 315, 330? That's a lot of vacant units. They're offering 2 months free rent. That doesn't sound to me that there's a real need for residential property in that area. There's also another big development happening over on Prospect Road. And that's going to be, I think, 256 apartments, which is only a few streets away. So where's all the water going to go? As a matter of fact, my insurance company dropped me last June for no reason at all. I'm in an A&E flood zone. Maybe that was the reason. So I had to scramble for other insurance. So when my property is flooded, who am I going to turn to compensate me? I don't know. Who am I going to turn to, right? The other issue has to do with traffic. Lockwood Ridge, although it's been diminished, is a major artery connecting University to 70. There are very few north-south roads in the area. There's Tamiami, there's 301, there's Lockwood Ridge, and then there's 75. So the traffic is definitely higher than it's been in the past. That's something that needs to be noted. And if there's an issue with any other roadway, 301, thank you, it entirely gets backed up. Then the fourth point I want to bring is security to Traymore. Traymore is a gated community, and we pay extra to have it as a gated community. When you're building 4-story buildings that are 50 feet tall with a 25-foot setback, what are the sight lines into the property? That's what I'd like to know. What are they doing to enhance our neighborhood? It doesn't sound like they're enhancing our neighborhood at all. They keep bringing up, oh, the neighbors, we've spoken to the neighbors. They did have a webinar. They had a webinar to inform us. They never showed us where the buildings were going to be erected. It was always, this is the property. And a 25-foot setback, that's not very much when you consider a 50-foot tall building. Not only that, if they're looking at parking spaces for 256 units, you're looking at 400 parking spaces or thereabouts. It's an approximation, but you're looking at a very big parking lot behind Traymore and the associated noise. So thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you, ma'am. No, we do not allow that in here, so please keep it to yourselves. Next speaker.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina and I have been sworn. What a great project. I have to tell you, when I look at this project compared to the last developer was here, this is a home run. I've been to that church. In fact, I go to 25 different churches every year. And my conversation was then, you have all this land, why don't you do some housing for the community? This church is stepping up to the plate. I applaud them for that. The other thing that I look at is the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. These guys are going for a 4% or 9% tax credit. They have far more stringent LORAs or agreements than our 120, I can tell you that. Give you an example. 20% of those 25 units have to be 50% or less of the LORA. 40% have to be 60% less than the LORA. So they're at 60% under the 60%. They're not like the last developer, oh, we're doing 1 bedrooms at 1,800, that's our LORA. So this is a home run. These guys have dialed in. They are professionals. Anytime someone comes to you with an affordable housing project and they don't go for the 4 or 9% tax credit, they don't want to do their homework. They're not in it to enhance our community. They're not making a lot of money, but they're getting the tax credits on the other end of it. So I applaud that. The bus stop, 2 miles, put a bus stop in. It's the big deal. I don't get it. I mean, I live a few blocks away, and I've lived a few blocks away for 45 years. It floods west of Lockwood. The new Pierce Canal that I live on floods. Rattlesnake Bay, yeah. But when you dump 30 inches of rain or 22 inches of rain, I don't care what kind of remediation you have, you're gonna flood. This project will not affect the flooding at all. So, you know, these guys do their homework. The only thing I would recommend that on the other 75% of your market rates, go to efficiencies. The lack of efficiency in housing is unbelievable. Nobody's doing it. And there's a market for it. I just don't think they have recognized the success they would have with efficiencies, cutting the costs down. 300-400-foot apartments are plenty. You know, my daughter's in a dorm in UCF, Orlando. It's $1,800 a month, and it's a postage stamp, right? It's crazy. People, want to live in small, especially workforce housing. I already told my daughter, you can't come live back home because you can't afford to live in Manatee County or Sarasota, right? So it's crazy. So I applaud these guys. They are true professional affordable housing buildings just by going through the Florida Finance Corporation, because that's a tough nut. Not everybody gets it. So they're doing their homework, and they're professionals. Let's move forward with this great project.
Andrea Griffin, community activist, advocate. I
And
like this
ma'am,
development.
Have you been sworn?
Oh, yes, sir. I've been sworn in. Thank you. I like this development. I don't really have an issue with the wetlands. I'm not really overly concerned about that. I am concerned about, the water mitigation on the roads and everything, just like everybody else is. I've lived here my whole life. My generations go back before this was even a county. So seeing the development here is kind of breaking my heart because it's changed our county quite a bit. The affordability here has not been exactly what it should be for quite some time. Historically, we've always had Sarasota that has been more expensive to live in. Most people actually lived in Manatee County and commuted over to Sarasota for work because it was higher pay over in Sarasota, more affordable houses over in Manatee County, and that has changed over the last few years. Now, there's a lot of things that go to our affordability. And one of the things is letting our developers go wild. They have driven up the cost here, which is what our AMI is based on, and it's causing these elevated rents. And in my opinion, it's not their fault about the rent cost, but we have got to do something about what we consider affordable housing. Because I'm looking here, and I don't know who can afford $1,800. You're talking about families. And they have to sit into a one-bedroom house for affordable housing? And even this project, you're talking about like 10% being 3 bedrooms. If you're averaging that at $2.30 a square foot, you're looking at almost $3,000 a month for a 3-bedroom home in Manatee County, and that's what we deem as affordable. This is unsustainable for our residents. We've got people here that are retirees. We've got moms and dads that have 2, 3, sometimes more children that they've got to put roof over their head, clothes on their back, and food on the table. So we as a community have to come together and find out what truly is affordable for this county. I like this project. There's things about this project I like. As with any project, there's also some disadvantages, some bad sides to it, some unintentional side effects, such as additional flooding, additional people on the roads. This area, I haven't been over there in quite some time, but I have to assume that just like every other Florida or Manatee County road, it is getting congested. We're having flooding. We need to start taking back, breathing, and figuring out what projects are going to impact this community the best and do the most for our community. Thank you for your time.
Any other speakers at this time?
Hi, I'm Holly Cook. I haven't been sworn. I don't know what that means, but answering your question ahead of time.
If anybody else plans on speaking any more items today, please stand up and be sworn in.
I do. So I too live in Traymore, and I have a couple main concerns. The biggest one is there are no 4-story buildings, condo or apartments that back up to single-story housing units anywhere in the near vicinity. Yes, the crossing has 4-story buildings. They back up to a huge wetland, and there's a big buffer, blocks and blocks of buffer between that and the next housing unit over that has 1-story buildings. Not a big fan of buying into an expensive neighborhood and then all of a sudden they're throwing apartment buildings behind us. Really opposed to the 4 stories. The area does flood all the time. We moved in June, and that intersection has flooded during Helene, Deborah, and Milton. So it's 100% storms as far as our experience is, so I don't see this improving any with additional building there. They've asked for variances for setbacks from the road so they can bring better visibility to the community of the apartment built complex. It's a 4-story building. How are you going to miss it? Why do you need the setback for that justification? I question their traffic study impacts. I agree with Mrs. whoever spoke earlier that there'll be about 400 cars there. They're saying that there's going to be 100 cars, peak traffic in the evening time. There's going to be 400 parking spots there. And that comes out to 0.39 cars per unit in the evening traffic. When they did the study at the crossing, which is half a mile away, they projected 0.43 cars per unit for evening traffic. Why is there a 10% difference in those numbers only a half a block away? I'm also concerned that there's no public transportation that goes to that area. These are people that, if it's going to be affordable housing, they're working people. They're not going to be retirees. They're not going to be affluent. They're going to have some way to get to and from a job. So I think I question the numbers on the traffic studies. Another thing that they had on their application was they wanted to provide an area where people of different socioeconomical backgrounds have the ability to live next to each other. I don't want that, I'm sorry. It's not why I bought where I bought. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to make a comment on this project? At this time, I'll close the public. Any questions for the applicant as of right now? Oh. Well, I was asking the board if they had any questions for you. Okay. If not, staff closing comments.
Laura Gonzalez with staff, and I have been sworn. I just want to reiterate that the project proposes setbacks that exceeds what the code requires, and they are also proposing buffer to mitigate the impact of the 4-story building.
Thank you. Applicant rebuttal and closing comments.
Thank you, commissioners, and I appreciate the people that have been out here speaking about this. And I want to address a couple of things, and then I'm going to invite our team if they have something to add. I really want to talk about the stormwater and the quote flooding. This is something that I've been working on with projects for, like I say, over 35 years, and we look at it, and it's why what you see today with some of the new areas and new projects, we have a different situation than some of the older areas as far as how water is treated. But you looked at that map and you saw that there were areas that showed they had flooding, and that's because water has run from other sites to those areas, including water that accumulates in those areas. But the water runs from a site to get there. So what the county has done and has recognized and has done over the years is say, when you come in with a project and you're in an area of, quote, known flooding, we're going to make you take the amount of water that leaves that project to go help cause flooding, we're going to make you reduce the amount of water and the rate of water that leaves that site so that we can help correct over time what is called flooding. So if you saw in here, we have a stipulation that says we have to decrease flow by 50% off of this site. And so what we're doing is, in a very small part, it's a small piece of that greater area, of course, we're making it better. We're just no result but to make it better. In addition, this area goes into Rattlesnake Key, as you know, which goes into the Evers Reservoir, and we're required to have additional treatment of our stormwater to assure that the quality is even better in the after situation. That is another stipulation that is in there. And so I just hope we understand that what the rules are going to make us reduce the amount of runoff that's leaving this site and the rate of that runoff so that we can help correct the problem. I did want to correct something that was said about a 25-foot setback of the buildings. As you recall, it's a 75-foot. These are being set well back from the property lines, and then after that, there's road right-of-ways, there's wetlands, there's all kinds of things. And so we are following the rules, and your county has rules in the Land Development Code that says for additional height to assure compatibility, we require additional setback, we require design requirements, and so forth, and we're following all of those. And in fact, we're setting it back farther than is required under the design codes. As far as traffic, we are trying to use our infrastructure for development and housing so that we don't end up with the situation that Mr. Jablina was talking about of, hey, you're putting something in and now it's going to cost taxpayers money to build things that are needed for it. In this instance, we're trying to go somewhere where there is infrastructure that will handle the project so that there are not additional burdens put on the taxpayers. In fact, they'll be paying higher taxes. They'll be paying impact fees. They'll be paying all of this stuff that can be used really elsewhere. I was pleased to hear Prony explain, and I heard him twice say it, that the roads impacted by this development, have capacity, and we are not going to be contributing to or causing any capacity problems on those roadways. So where else would you want to put something, a development like this, but a place where you have the capacity and now your road is getting a bigger bang for its buck? I kind of heard that said in a little different way. And so we believe that the work has been done to put it in this site and that we've got what is needed. I really appreciate what Mr. Jablina said, is that, hey, we put in bus stops when and where they're needed and as they're needed. That's not something we can put in, but there's bus lines going all over. Stops can be put in. But this development has taken all of that into account. Just one very quick comment. If you looked at the traffic, it said there are 60 trips, I think it was 61 trips, will be coming in during the peak hour and 39 leaving. That's where the 100 comes to. And I just want you to think about that. 60 trips in an hour is basically one trip coming in every minute. I know in the old lawyers used to do in the PI cases, they would say, well, you're in pain. You're going to be in pain every minute of the day. Let's sit and see how long a minute takes. And you'd sit there and you'd be surprised how long a minute takes. And that's one trip every minute on average during that peak hour. And so it is something that is manageable, and it's being put in the right place. And we'd appreciate your recommending approval. Do you have anything to add? You're good? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this time, deliberations, and may I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I just had two quick comments. One was that the concept plan Mr. DiMera showed you, the 4 buildings, is conceptual only and not binding, it's for illustrative purposes.
I just briefly want to just go on the record and say, I like the project, I like what you're doing. I will not be supporting the project today. I just want to put that on record. More so that any kind of commissioners want to review some of the details that I brought up, whether it's important to them or not. We'll see where this goes, but I suspect that it'll move forward. But I just wanted to put on record why I would not be voting in favor, and those are the primary reasons, not because it's not a good project. Okay.
I just wanted to address, there was a public comment that they were concerned that 25% of this would be low income. There is a difference between government subsidized housing and affordable housing. Not that there's anything wrong with subsidized housing. You saw today that, you know, for a one-bedroom apartment, you're paying close to $1,800. That's not low income. So there's this, I don't want to call it a misconception, between low income and crime rates. There's single families out there, single mothers, single fathers, that maybe don't have a $90,000 a year job. They need help. So while this is not low-income housing, it is considered affordable housing. I like the project. I think the developers of this project have bent over backwards to accommodate the surrounding and not to impact them. I mean, building impacts, but I'm going to vote yes for the project.
Thank you. Please submit your votes. We have 5 in favor of recommendation for approval, and Mr. Bauer has already commented on his negative vote. At this time, we're going to move on to presentations upon request.
Mr. Chair,
ma'am.
if I may, can I request a brief break?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
15 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So please come back at 11:16. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Greer, could you read item 3 and 4 in the record?
Item number 3, ordinance number 25-06, Heritage Harbor DRI 24. It is quasi judicial, and we have James McDevitt here for staff. It's to approve the following changes to map H in the development order. 1, add 24 hotel rooms to phase 2 of the existing entitlements of the Heritage Harbor DRI. 2, amend map H to reflect the new hotel rooms for a total of 424 hotel rooms. And 3, other minor updates, previously granted legislative extensions, terminology changes, and corrections to reflect previously approved changes, and to provide consistency with other approval documents. Item number 4 is PDMU 9808G R14, Heritage Harbor, formerly known as Heritage Sound. It's quasi-judicial. And we also have James McDevitt here for staff. And it is to approve the general development plan and development order specific to parcel 37. 1, to amend the general development plan to reflect changes, and 2, to amend the development order to increase the total number of hotel rooms from 100 to 124 on parcel 37, and from 250 rooms to 274 in phase 2, and from 400 rooms to 424 rooms total hotel rooms within the entire development, and 3, to increase the building height to 5 stories on parcel 37. It's generally located at the intersection of I-75 and State Road 64.
This is a presentation upon request. Why don't we have the applicant come up and do a brief presentation and then open it up to public comments, and then if we need to open up further, we will.
Mr. Chair, can you disclose ex parte communications,
Yes,
both items?
Has there been any ex parte communications on either? Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Linda Stewart, certified planner with Morris Engineering, representing the applicant. This is for Heritage Harbor DRI and GDP modification for Lot 37. Heritage Harbor is an existing DRI in Manatee County that was originally approved in March 2000. It's formerly known as Heritage Sound. The most recent amendment in 2022 gave Lot 37 the ability to have 100 hotel rooms located on the parcel. Within the current DRI, there are 400 allowable hotel rooms. We are currently at 4-story. We're requesting 5-story. The other approved hotels within the DRI are already approved at 5-story. To note, there are no other proposed hotels within the DRI that will be utilizing the hotel rooms that are currently approved. So us going from 100 to 124 is still within the range of the currently approved hotel rooms. We have approved access is currently existing that serves the golf course adjacent, and the parking is to be shared with the existing clubhouse parking. For the general development plan, we're asking to amend the existing GDP to correspond with the DRI changes to increase the hotel rooms on Lot 37 from 100 to 124. It increases Phase 2 from 250 to 274, and overall from 400 to 424, with the increased building height from 4 stories to 5 stories, as I previously mentioned. We have no specific approval requests associated with this. The increase does not change the previously approved intensity of the overall development. It's compatible with the existing development, as there are no adjacent residential units. It's an allowable use in the DRI. It's at the corner of 2 major internal roadways. Shared existing commercial parking. The utilities are existing with stub outs to the property already in place. Existing transportation infrastructure is in place to serve the use. And the hotel uses within Heritage Harbor are already approved at 5 stories to correspond with our current request. This is a location map. As you can see, it's at 7806 Stone Harbor Loop at the corner of Stone Harbor and River Heritage Boulevard. This is an aerial view of the subject property, and you can see the existing golf course facility to the east. The current zoning is planned development mixed use. We're not requesting any revision to the zoning. The future land use is mixed use. We're not requesting any change to the future land use. This is map H with parcel 37 highlighted for the location for the modification. The GDP plan for lot 37, highlighted where the lot 37 is located with the two arrows indicating the access for the parcel, and we will not be accessing the existing roadways for this use. This is a colored rendering of a potential concept plan for the hotel. As you can see, there's a golf cart path that's existing around the development. We will continue that with the golf course use. There are no connections to Stone Harbor Loop or River Heritage that we are proposing. We're using the existing driveway that's there. The overall development has an existing pedestrian system, which we will be utilizing. We have no additional roadway improvements that are required as a result of this. The environmental found no wetlands on site. And we feel that this is in compliance with the Land Development Code's PD sections, as well as the comprehensive plan for the plan development mixed-use category, consistent with different policies and objectives within the comprehensive plan. And with that, we are available for any questions and ask for your approval.
Thank you. Is there any questions at this time? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
At
you.
this time, let's open it up for public comments. Nobody coming further, I will close this public comments. Is there any additional information needed? Okay, let's go ahead and motion for number 3.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Staff does need to correct one item.
Sure.
That was stated by the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. For the record, James McDevitt with Development Services. I have been sworn. Just one minor correction. The applicant is requesting a change from 100 to 124 hotel rooms. Those entitlements are explicitly for parcel 37 only. So there are 300 hotel rooms for the rest of Heritage Harbor that they can draw from those entitlements. I'm not aware of any active or previously approved projects for those, but these 124 rooms are specifically for parcel 37. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Ms. Poser and seconded by Ms. Kaba. Please submit your votes. Motion passes 6-0. Can we get a motion for item number 4, please? You have to have patience these days. Can we go ahead and just get a verbal motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second? Second. Have a first and a second. Can we go ahead and do a raise of hands on for approval or disapproval? Approved 6-0. Ms. Greer, will you read item number 5 into the record?
Item number 5, Z2420, Long Branch Solar Rezone. Tampa Electric Company is the owner. I am sorry, I do not know who's here for staff since Alicia is here for staff. It is a rezone of an approximately 44.68 acre part of a 658.98 acre parcel generally located 4,000 feet west of the intersection of County Line Road 39 and Carlton Road in Parrish. It's from the EX zoning category, which is extraction, to the A general agricultural zoning district.
Thank you. This is still a presentation upon request. Could we have the applicant do a brief presentation for us?
Thank you. Rebecca Kurt with Brooks Rocha, 400 North Tampa Street, Tampa, Florida. I have been sworn. I'm here on behalf of Tampa Electric. As was stated, this is approximately 45 acres, part of a larger, almost 660 acre parcel that's owned by Tampa Electric. It is within the agricultural rural land use category, and the request is to go from extraction to an agricultural zoning district, which would allow for a solar farm. I'm available if there are any additional questions.
Is there any questions? Sure.
Does it allow for anything else?
It allows for all, it's not a planned development type of zoning district, so it allows for all of the agricultural uses.
Okay.
I was just trying to explain the purpose for the request.
I get that. My only concern is, the county is never going to have to do anything in terms of infrastructure or anything like that for this property as a result of anything you might be doing with this approval.
That is correct, and it expressly says in the staff report that if there was any infrastructure needed, that it would be on the developer, and in this case, this is not the sort of use that would require infrastructure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's open up for public comment. Is there anybody in the public that'd like to speak to on this?
For the record, Glenn Gibelline, I'll be short. I'm a renewable advocate. I got 60 panels on my house. I'm at net zero, so I get it. Only thing I would recommend is ag voltaics. So the solar farms I've seen in Florida don't have any goats or, they got to mow. If you just put up the solar panels a little higher on the racks, you could grow stuff, you can graze stuff. So I think they should be looking in that direction. I think it's a ultimate use of a solar farm, but all for the project. Thank you.
Is there any additional comments from the public? At this time, I will close the public comment section. Is there any, looking for a motion?
Mr. Chair, did the applicant have any rebuttal? Do you have any?
Oh.
Okay, and did we disclose ex parte?
I thought it was quasi-judicial.
It is quasi-judicial.
Yeah, okay. Is there any ex parte? No, ma'am. So we have a motion from Mr. Bauer and a second by Ms. Proser. Can we go ahead and cast our votes? Crosser, okay. The motion carries forward 6-0. Can we have item number 6 read into record?
Item number 6, ZL 2415 Bay Shore and Horseshoe Loop rezone. It is quasi-judicial, and we have Laura Gonzalez here for staff. It's a rezone of approximately 5 acres, generally located 200 feet southwest of the intersection of Bay Shore Drive and Horseshoe Loop Road, and commonly known as 510 Horseshoe Loop Road, Terracea, and it's being rezoned from RSF1 to A1L.
Thank you. Has there been any ex parte communications in this? Could we have the applicant come up and do a brief description of the property?
I'm Alex Spiru. I've been sworn in. It's just me and my wife want to have a small hobby farm, so we just want to rezone to agricultural so we can get some small livestock. It's pretty simple.
Any questions for the applicant?
What type of livestock?
Just mini cows, mini sheep, something like that. Nothing large. We don't have enough land for that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I will open it up to the public. Any comments? I will close the public comments. Any rebuttal, sir? Or do you need to make a closing statement or anything? Okay. We go ahead and look for a motion on this. Moved by Ms. Gay and seconded by Mr. Esslinger. Can I get a vote, please? Motion carries 6-0. You're welcome. Can we go ahead and read number 7 in the record?
Item number 7, PDC 2401ZP, Sorella rezone. It is quasi-judicial. We have Alicia Henry here for staff. It's a rezone of approximately 5.25 acres from general agricultural to planned development commercial zoning district. It's approving a preliminary site plan for up to 114 and 345 square feet of mini warehouse use with an additional outdoor storage, which will not count towards the FAR. It's generally located approximately 1,900 feet west of the intersection of State Road 64 and Uline Road.
Thank you. Has there been any ex parte communications in reference to this? Okay. Can we have the applicant, please?
All that excitement. Good morning, I'm Mark Barnaby. With me today, and by the way, Happy New Year and congratulations to the chair, or condolences as the case may be.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's see what we got. It's coming. There we go. All right. Good morning again. With me today is the project team, Sorella Holdings, Fairfield Management, Richard Bartolacci is here, and Don Ayers, myself, and Katie Labar with Stantec. This is a request of the zoning atlas for a rezone of approximately 5.25 acres from general agriculture to planned development, PDC zoning district. It is for also with a site plan for a 3-story mini warehouse at 114,345 square feet, which complies with the maximum FAR allowance within the ROR future land use category. And this particular site was before you not too long ago for a comprehensive plan amendment. This area is developing tremendously, and Katie's going to go into that in more detail, but as you know, thousands of units have been built to our east in this location. There are very few services, commercial services at all in this area. This will provide an opportunity for a mini warehouse for those people in particular, both south and to the east of this site, so that they don't have to go and get on State Road 64 or State Road 70 and go further east or farther west in order to have this kind of service. So it will actually, in our opinion, take cars off of the roadway in the long run that might need services to our east, or to our west, or to our east, I should say. Okay, this is State Road 64 east. It is as you know, it is a major collector road. This is the future land use category. It is ROR, which is primarily designed for commercial type uses, and it was changed last year in that regard. The existing zoning is A. It has been zoned A since the mid-60s when there were all cows out here. There are not a lot of cows out here like there were in the 60s, and this area has changed tremendously. This is a request to change to PDC with a site plan, and you can see there is PDC already in this area, as well as you go further to the west, there's also PDC at the corner of Lorraine. This is located right between Uline and Lorraine Road. And I'm going to turn this over to Katie, who's going to go through the site plan for you.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Katie Labar with Stantec. I am representing Sorella Holdings today, and I have been sworn. As Mark indicated, we do have a rezoned plan development commercial before you with a preliminary site plan. And this PSP shows a 3-story mini storage facility of about 114,000 square feet. The storage facility is located closest to State Road 64, with just about 38,000 square feet of outdoor storage on the north side of the property. Site access is proposed on State Road 64. We do propose a full access, so fully directional, like north, south, east, and west access from the intersection. And then we also show 2 cross-access easements. So in the future, should properties either to the east or west of this site come in for some form of non-residential development, there is the opportunity to make that cross-connect so that you can go from one site to the other without getting back on State Road 64. Vehicular parking is shown along the front and east side, or the south and east sides of the mini storage building. And then as it relates to internal circulation, this site has been designed to accommodate recreational vehicles to navigate and to park, because we do envision in this location, a lot of the outdoor storage clients will likely have travel trailers or recreational vehicles. So we want to make sure that, that it's functional. And so we've taken that into consideration. Just to speak about a few of the design considerations that we went through as we were developing the site plan. It's important to note that mini warehouse is traditionally a very low intensity type of use. Mark alluded to trip generation. I think we're looking at somewhere on the order of a total of 23 trips generated with this use. So it's very, very low in comparison. The mini warehouse is oriented towards State Road 64, and you see that we utilize stormwater management facilities, some of which are proposed to be dry retention, along the edges of the property, both to the west, where we are adjacent to an existing single-family residence, as well as to the north. We also provide screening, and you see that it's outlined in green on the site plan. And the screening will be a combination of landscaping along with a fence in those locations where buildings are not present. And so there will be a fully opaque visual barrier on all sides of this project. And I think that's an important to note. Talking a little bit more broadly just about the change in circumstance and what is changing in the area, I think this zoning map really helps to illustrate the tremendous change that's taken place over the last 20 plus years. When the comprehensive plan was originally adopted, this area of the county was extraordinarily rural and remained so for many, many years. However, over the last 15 years, there has been significant development in the area. There's a lot of residential development, as you can see, both to the east and the west. And we're finding that these historic 2.5 to 5 acre large lot agricultural sites are not ideal for residential development on a major arterial. So we're seeing this shift in the use of the lots that are along the frontage. And that was largely what we talked about in our comprehensive plan amendment, because these property owners have this housing, and and now the need and the use is transitioning, and they're making adjustments to serve the community. Just to sort of bring it in a little bit closer to the site, and to really help illustrate just what's been going on in the area. You see that Mill Creek is to our west, as is Azario to the southwest. We have Palm Grove directly east of this site, and Star Farms to the south. And those are the projects that are within the immediate vicinity. We have Taylor Ranch, as well as East River Ranch farther to the east, and then more development in Lakewood Ranch and beyond to the west. Some of the non-residential uses that you see on the corridor are to the west of the site, particularly the intersection of Lorraine Road and State Road 64. We have the 7-Eleven gas station. There is a hideaway storage to the south, and there's another storage facility to the north. We have Bayside Community Church, and we will see more non-residential activity in this general vicinity within the northeast quadrant of Lakewood Ranch in the coming months and years. So the area is changing, and it's changing rapidly, and non-residential uses are absolutely appropriate along the frontage of State Road 64. I want to highlight that this application complies with certain policies of the comprehensive plan, particularly policy 2.1.2.2, because land that is proposed for development is west of the future development area boundary, so we're within that development, that area that's been set aside and identified for development. It's also compliant with 2.1.2.7, as we have looked at compatibility concerns and addressed them through setbacks, through the plan development process. Just plan development alone is one way to address compatibility. And then we've also provided significant buffers. And then finally, the project's going to comply with all of the provisions of the comprehensive plan as it relates to the retail, office, residential, future land use category of which we are. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Mark to make some final comments, and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you, Katie. I just want to kind of go back to some things we said at the conference plan hearing. Back when Parrish was developing significantly, one of the getting approvals, they started to have problems because there was no commercial services available really in that area, and you had to go miles in order to get there. And one of the reasons that we're bringing this forward is so that you don't have to go miles to get some of the services we're talking about here. This is an appropriate location, and hopefully we won't repeat some of those issues. There have been, in this case, not only are there approvals, there are actually tons of houses being built. So it's a growing area very rapidly, and this will provide an opportunity, not so that you don't have to go nearly as far to find this type of use. It's appropriate district, as I said, along State Road 64, and it does provide services for our residents in this area. Application is consistent with the comprehensive plan, state comprehensive plan, the Manatee County comprehensive plan, and the land development code. And be happy to answer any questions that you might have in regard to this request.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the applicant at this time? Mr. Bowers?
Thank you, Mark. Brief question. How do the neighbors feel to the west and to the north about storage unit going in on the property?
We had a neighborhood meeting. There were not significant concerns. We had one neighbor that was concerned actually across the street that had some concerns, but we did not have any. We're not aware of any particular concerns. We tried to protect the neighbors. This is a relatively low impact development as commercial uses go. As noted, the number of trips that you see on site are almost, I mean, they're very, very low at 25 total. And the analogy that you heard earlier at 100 trips per peak hour, you can cut that to a quarter of that. So I'm not aware of any particular issues with our neighbors.
So the property owners directly to the west and the north, things come and...
Yeah, they both have, well, let me just put it this way. The potential for them to develop, I think, in the long run, this area probably will not be appropriate for single family. It is certainly not appropriate for agriculture up on State Road 64. And I think we all know that in the long run, those aren't uses that are likely to continue in those locations.
So they didn't object? I mean, I didn't see any comments or anything
We did not get any objection from anybody in those areas, and we've tried to protect them.
You're going to have a buffer around this property, I presume?
Yeah, yes.
Chairman, Commissioner Bauer, I just wanted to go back to the site plan real quick just to show. At the neighborhood workshop, there was a fair amount of discussion with the property owner to the north. He was not opposed to the project, but as you can see, we have identified the northern property line to serve as our stormwater management facility, really to try to help push those uses as far
Good.
away from his property line as we can.
Okay.
And that edge will also have a fence as well as landscaping.
Makes
So,
sense. Thank you
yeah.
very much.
Yep.
Right, and I think the reason that that was not an issue really was because we were providing protection for those neighbors to the north, as well as to the east and west, frankly.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for the applicant at this time? Well,
Oh, and I should thank Alicia Henry for working with us on this project. I didn't mean to slight her earlier.
Can we go ahead with staff presentation then?
The clicker. Oh, okay. Good morning, all. My name is Alicia Henry. I'm here for staff. I have been sworn, and I'm here to present for Sorella rezone. Okay, so the request is to rezone the subject property from general agriculture to planned development commercial with a preliminary site plan. If approved, it will be to permit a 3-story mini warehouse of 114,345 square feet. This will also approve a 4 wall-less covered outdoor storage of 37,903 square feet, which will not count towards the FAR. Okay, so just a little bit of history here. So since the adoption of the comprehensive plan, the future land use category has been UF3, as Mark mentioned. There was a comp plan map and text amendment in 2024 to change the future land use category from UF3 to ROR. This was accompanied with a D5, which is a restriction to the density and intensity that can be on site. That was to ensure that we mirror the surrounding density and intensity, which is UF3. Since the adoption of the Land Development Code, the zoning district has been general agriculture. And here is the aerial of the site. So it's generally located approximately 1,900 feet west of the intersection of State Road 64 East and Uline Road on 5.25 acres. Okay, so this is the preliminary site plan, and to the north there in blue, you have that 37,903 square foot wall-less covered storage, and to the south there in red, you have the 114,345 square feet of the mini storage warehouse. They do have one access to the south that is on the site that is to the south, that's leading onto State Road 64. The site has no direct connection to utility lines. And here is the current future land use category. For the zoning district, so it is surrounded by general agriculture with the exception of RSF1 to the south, and within that right column there, you see all the uses that's surrounding the site. Okay, so the site is approximately 1,900 feet west of the intersection of State Road 64 East and Uline Road. The subject property under ROR future land use category is exempt from commercial locational criteria. Existing roadway functional classification map does require for the commercial use to have at least one direct access to a collector, and they meet that by being off of State Road 64. Okay, so for our positive aspects, site is near the FDAB but remains west of the boundary line. A D5 specific area policy is in place restricting the maximum FAR to 0.50 to mirror the low intensity found in the surrounding area. It provides storage services close to future residential development, therefore reducing the need to travel long distances. The proposed use is not a large trip generator, marginally increasing the use of a road that is expected to have a deficient level of service. For the negative aspects, an 8-inch force main has been extended but not yet certified and would be located 1,500 feet east of the site. Subject property is 1,900 feet west of the intersection of State Road 64. And for the negative aspect here, the neighborhood meeting workshop was not held. So I know that they did state that they had a discussion with the neighbors to the north and to the west, but that was the neighborhood workshop. Summary was not provided to staff. For mitigating measures, adequate buffering, landscaping, and design should provide a transition between future development of the site and adjacent residential areas. If improvements to public infrastructure are required, the applicant will be required to pay their portion of those expenses. Okay, so staff finds the proposed rezone and preliminary site plan to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and in compliance with the applicable provisions of the Land Development Code. Any questions?
Is there any questions at this time?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, I'll open up to public comments. At this time, I'll close public comments. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. Class or staff closing comments? No? Applicant closing comments?
I just want to know, we actually did have a neighborhood meeting. It was probably in conjunction with our comprehensive plan, where we actually did show the entire project, because we thought that was appropriate. But I will get that information to Alicia.
Thank you, sir. Okay. At this time, let's deliberate and see if I can get a motion. I have a motion from Ms. Kaba and seconded by Ms. Prosser. Yep, thank you. Kaba, oh well. It's my phonetic reading is killing me here.
She voted for you to be chair.
I know, see. The motion passes 6-0. At this time, I guess let's take a hour-and-a-half lunch break. Would that be appropriate? Hour? Well, staff, can we go ahead and finish it?
Thank you.
Last item may have a lot of public comment.
Yeah.
The other last two, so that's up to you.
Let's do an hour lunch break.
An hour lunch.
Okay, so, yes, be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Do we read in the next item?
Yes, sir. Item number 8, Z 2413 Onico Oaks duplexes, and it's quasi judicial, and we have CJ Mills here representing Manatee County. It is a rezone of approximately 0.81 acres containing 4 parcels from RSF 6 to RDD 6 zoning district, generally located at the northeast corner of the intersection of 51st Avenue East and 22nd Street East, and commonly known as 2202 51st Avenue East.
Thank you. Has there been any ex parte communications? No. Thank you. Can we have the applicant's presentation, please?
Good afternoon. I'm Robert McNaughton. I'm one of the owners of the property, and I was sworn in earlier. This is the rezone. Here's our site location. You can see the silver star here is the corner of US 301 and State Road 70. The green star is Onico Elementary, and the blue star is the subject properties that we're talking about. So the overview, real quickly, like she said, we want to rezone 4 existing lots at the corner of 51st Ave and 22nd Street East from RSF 6 to RDD 6. RDD 6 is an implementing district within the Res 9 future land use designation. We're proposing to build 1 duplex on each lot for a total of 4 duplexes, which is 8 living units. The lots are located within the urban service area, and the current surrounding developed land is a mix of duplex and single-family homes. All lots currently exceed minimum lot size dimensions required for RDD 6 zoning. The current RSF 6 designation does allow for a home with an ADU, allowing 8 total buildings. You can see this is a picture of the current zoning, what it is RSF 6, and you'll notice on the current zoning there is some RDD 6 just to the northwest corner, and the future land use for all the surrounding area is Res 9. Here's a zoom in of the properties we're talking about. There's 4 lots. You can see their square footage, and the company also owns the highlighted single-family house in blue. Here's our concept layout. This just gives you an idea of the size of the buildings that we are looking to build and how much space will be left for green space, creating pretty large setbacks between all the neighbors. This is consistent and compatible with the neighborhood. You can see all the orange highlighted lots are all currently duplex lots in the neighborhood. Our lots would be the green lots in the middle. So there's more than 14 of those as they sit today. So it's consistent and compatible with the neighborhood, and properties within the urban service area is where infill development and economic growth is encouraged, which this is an infill development lot. The subject parcels are within the urban corridor, which qualifies for up to 20 units per acre. We did actually have a meeting with affordable housing. They wanted us to build up to 16 units on this land, and we did not like that plan because we felt like it would not fit within the neighborhood dynamics. So that's why we are proposing what we're proposing today. So this rezone permits less density than what's currently allowed by the future land use code. In staff's opinion, this rezone is logical and compatible with the surrounding environments. This portion of the county is comprised currently a mix of single-family residential units as well as duplexes. The construction of RSF 6 compared to the construction of RDD 6, which is what we're going to, is very similar demand for public facilities, so we're not looking for any more investments. We will use what's currently there. Like we said, the proposed rezone allows density that's consistent with the surrounding area. These are some pictures of what is there right now. Looking to the north, you can see they must have got a variance for that fence to be put up there. Looking to the west is like a 1950s built single-family house. Looking to the east is another single-family house that needs a little bit of TLC, And you can see, looking to the south, there are 2 duplexes currently located on that property. The duplexes to the south are kind of what we like to think of as an example of what we would not like to build. This is what we would like to build. So our proposal is to build quality, stylish, affordable rental units for the working class population of Manatee County. These would be 2-bedroom, 2-bath units, approximately 800 to 1,000 square feet. We like to rent them for the long term, so 1-year lease minimums are usually our standards. We are going to build, own, and manage them, so we're not going to build and sell them off to the highest bidder. We are in this for the long haul. My dad and my uncle have owned this lot for 35 years. I was born in Manatee County, so we want to make some nice places for people to live here. We request the rezone be approved based on the following. Infill development is consistent with the county's comprehensive plan. The staff agrees the proposal is logical and compatible with the current neighborhood. The zoning fits the future land use designation. The zoning will actually reduce the amount of permitted structures. The new buildings will enhance and beautify the neighborhood while providing quality housing for the working class residents. Thank you.
Is there any questions for the applicant? Thank you, sir. Can we go ahead and have staff presentation?
All right. Good afternoon. My name is CJ Mills with staff, and I have been sworn. He did a very excellent job going through in detail with this project. Is there a different? Is there one right below it? Okay, well,
Just freestyle.
as I said, he did a pretty good job going through all of it. This is gonna be a rezone, straight rezone from the RSF 6 to RDD 6 on 4 vacant parcels. A few of the things that he was saying is, the compatibility with the surrounding area. It does seem compatible. The densities proposed can be compatible with it as well. One of the things that I would like to mention in the negative aspects is that it did say that there were no MCAT transit routes nearby, but there is actually one on 22nd Avenue East, I believe, so it's just right down the road from the property. It's also in the urban service area where this infill is encouraged, infill development encouraged. It meets all the minimum requirements of the bulk and dimensional standards in the LDC. And as he was saying, is actually providing for less density, then it would be handed over to the future land use category rather than the RDD 6. Honestly, I think that's basically all I got. If you have any questions or comments, concerns, I'd be welcome to hear them.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for staff? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can we go ahead and open this up for public comments?
For the record, Glenn Giblin, I have been sworn. What an impressive project. This is part of the missing middle. Anytime you put multiple housing in a residential area, you're alleviating some of the affordable housing crisis. And I have to tell you, this would be a good project for a cottage court as well. Might want to look into that. But you hear the word duplex. Oh man, run down, blah, blah, blah. These things look beautiful. And how many duplexes have a garage? I've looked at these lots, 7,000 square feet, big lot. I mean, all day long. I mean, they look like townhouses. Just tastefully done. It's part of the missing middle. I think this guy's doing everything right, and he's going to have control of it, of the renters. He's going to be, vertical integration from developer to rental. So, He's not subbing any of that out, which I really like, and well done, thank you.
Anyone else from the public? At this time, we're going to close public comments, staff closing comments, applicant closing comments. Can we go ahead and deliberate and looking for a motion and a,
I don't have any questions. I just, right along with Mr. Gibolina, I wanted to say thank you for not building stucco boxes. I love to see the farmhouse style and a little craftsman type of look, so thank you.
shall we have a motion by Ms. Gay and seconded by Mr. Bauer? Please cast your votes. Motion passes 6-0. Ms. Greer, could you read in item number 9, please?
Item number 9, PDR 2409G, Manatee Cottage East. It is quasi-judicial, and we have Alicia Henry here for the planner. It's reestablish an abandoned use by approving a general development plan which will allow a large residential treatment facility or a large assisted living facility of 90 beds for an existing 36,449 square foot structure, currently zoned PDR. The property is located approximately a half a mile south of 53rd Avenue East and 863 feet west of US 301. It sits on 6.6 acres.
Thank you. Has there been any ex parte communications on this? Can we go ahead and have the applicant presentation, please?
Happy to do so. Mark Barnaby again, for the record. Let's see if we're not up yet. I will apologize in advance. This one's a little tricky, and it'll be a little bit longer presentation than I might normally do, but it's what seems so simple is not so simple. All right, this is the project team. I've already introduced myself. Patty Petrov's here from Dye Harrison and Knowles. Ken Nagin and Richard Wood are here from the owners, CNP XX Ventures. And Jim Rushes, who operates the crossings. He's the executive director of crossings, and he's here as well. This is a request to approve an amendment to PDR, which will turn out to be a new ordinance, but it's actually an amendment to PDR 97-05 PR to clarify the ability to continue the existing historical uses on the site, which are a residential treatment facility and assisted living facility. This is, just to get you familiar with the site, this is the aerial of the site. It is, we are in a industrial, just north of an industrial park, just south of some residential neighborhoods, off of 24th Street. I'll get you a little closer view now, just to the west of US 301, and just south of State Road 70. This is the site currently. You can see the access, the only access point is off of 24th Street East. I want you to also take a little bit of note that there's right-of-way between our property and the residences to the north, and that provides a nice buffer in that area. To our south is the industrial park all the way around us on the east, west, and south side. This is a picture of the site coming in from the entranceway. We have been cleaning up from Milton and Helene, but it is a challenge. This gives you a little bit of an idea of some of our living units. Some more of our living units, just to give you an idea, we color-coded them to make it easy for people to find. This is a view from the property looking north. As you can see, there's some of the houses to our north already have fences. We'll come back to that. There's also, if you look very carefully, there is a fence, not in very good condition, just between our property and the properties to the north. And there's also a drainage ditch, and I think the fence that was put there was for the drainage ditch, but it's not in very good condition. We think it's the county's, but we're not sure. But we're going to address that anyway. This is looking to the southeast. You can see industrial Industrial buildings to our southeast, you can see the residential units to the left. This is to the south and southwest. Again, some of those industrial buildings are very close to this property, and this provides a nice transition use between the residences to the north and our property. Interestingly enough, the future land use category on this site is OL, and the zoning is PDR, and it's been PDR and OL for many, many years now. Again, north, south, east, and west, you've got residences and then industrial all the way around the rest of the site. Now, a little bit of the history. The property has been used for a residential treatment facility or assisted living facility from 1986 all the way through 2022, and then, because we thought that use was allowed, the residential treatment facility to today. 1986, Manatee Glens, now Centerstone, obtained a special permit for a residential treatment facility for 64 beds. 1997, there was an additional building approved, and that was rezoned to PDR to allow 90 beds, and that's consistent with what we're requesting today. Late in the 1990s, an assisted living facility was opened in the site and remained on the site until December of 2022. So 86, it was a residential treatment facility. 97, it was a residential treatment facility. And then in the late 90s, it was open as an assisted living facility. In 2023, the applicant came forward and discussed broadening the uses allowed on the property from those allowed under the 86 special permit in the 1997 rezone. Less intensive uses than might be allowed with residential treatment facilities, and we looked at things like such as the assisted living facility, orphanages, and boarding houses, and by the way, there are orphanages still. No changes were being proposed from the 1997 site plan, which was already built out. So everything that was on the 1997 site plan it's already been built out, already done. And then in 2003, the crossings took over operations on the site with a residential treatment facility. And the facility was not in use for approximately 11 months, not a full year. It seemed pretty straightforward. We just wanted to change the zoning that we already had, add a couple uses. Same site plan, seems simple. Not so simple. There have been code changes, which made inconsistencies with the prior approval, misconceptions and misinformation, frankly, which caused challenges as well. Questions about the validity of the built-out site plan, which, again, we built out, but staff wanted us to provide another site plan, which we agreed to do, and the applicant's desire to address comments from our neighbors. This request is designed to address all of those issues. All right, just briefly, the code changes. After the 1997 rezone, the county code changed to require residential treatment facilities to be located on the collector roadway. 24th Street East is not a collector roadway, but does connect to State Road 70. No ordinance or special permit change was ever made to our approvals. It was just changed in the code. And so we think those the ordinance is still in effect. But per staff, no use appears to be allowed on the site between the current land development code and the 86 and 97 approvals. Although the prior approvals indicate we are entitled to operate a residential treatment facility, this approval includes a specific approval which will address that issue and make us copacetic on both sides from the county staff standpoint to be allowed on the site. This one was interesting. Orphanages and boarding houses, they're permitted uses under your land development code chart for PDR, but not allowed as a group house, which is not allowed in PDR. The neighbors had some concerns about the group home or boarding houses, but we've eliminated both of those. We're not asking for those anymore, but you might want to look at those as part of your code changes. So we've narrowed the request to 2 uses, both allowed historically, the residential treatment facility and assisted living facility. I think it's important to note what a residential treatment facility is, because there has been some confusion about that. Residential treatment facilities are for substance abuse, developmental disabilities, emotional or social problems, and I kind of abbreviated the definition in your code, or other similar conditions. It is not for the treatment of criminal behavior or delinquencies. That's a recovery home, and we do not do that at this facility. Referrals and cannot with this approval. Referrals come to this facility from veteran services, healthcare providers, and the court system, but again, only for the treatment of the substance abuse and emotional or social problems, not for any criminal behavior. Potential residents are carefully screened by the crossings through background checks, cannot have any history of serial violent crimes, no history of sexual offenses. They are interviewed. New residents must sign a client contract and accept the code of conduct, which includes in part mandatory church attendance and controlled access and accountability. Importantly, no drug use is allowed when the resident is in the program. Assisted living facility, I think you know what those are, but basically is a place for housing, residential facility, which they give you housing, meals, and one or more personal services, and they are not your relatives, essentially. So we did, as I indicated, although I'm not sure why we were required to do this, but we submitted a general development plan, the same site plan as was approved in the 1997 plan with maximum of 90 beds, and we do appreciate Alicia and the planning staff allowing us to work with this, not to cost too much money to the client. Our FAR is 0.12, and this, again, this is a great transitional use between those two types of uses. I want to address the neighborhood comments, because we did have a neighborhood meeting on November 21st, 2024, and we've made some adjustments and tried to address those comments. Some of the things we heard at that meeting we were not aware of, and had an opportunity to address those issues. First of all, we narrowed the uses to the two uses we talked about, residential treatment facility and assisted living facility. There were discussions about homeless issues. This site actually had homeless on here until we reopened and cleaned all that out of here. And so a lot of the comments about homeless were addressed in that. Additionally, there are some homeless camps in this area, and we reached out to the sheriff's department to try to get those removed. And so we've provided them information related to that. We have cleaned up the property significantly from what happened, where it was in 2022, and we're still working on that due to the storms. Access to and from the site is a concern. We are going to, was a concern, and so we are providing a solid PVC electronic gate with controlled access from and to the site. That actually is for the benefit of our residents as well as for the neighborhood, and provides an opportunity also for that. We also have some controlled, we also provide some monitoring, as we talked about earlier, regarding traffic in and out of the site. Screening and buffering. As you saw, there are some of our neighbors have screening to our north. There was a fence that's not really there. We have a lot of mature vegetation on the site. We'd like to keep that. I think that's helpful for everybody. But we're going to put up a 6-foot-high solid PVC fence along the northern property line where there are no fences right now between the things. And there's a stipulation of that which we need to kind of modify to make sure we don't take out a lot of the trees that we already have in our bushes, but we are agreeable to that. And it is important to we've looked at the stipulations that are being proposed. We think the stipulations generally are fine. We may have to tweak a couple of them, and I talked with Alicia about that before we came in. It is important to note that this use, I think most of us have or know somebody who has had some challenges. And so these two types of uses are important for our community, and they're in need, frankly. And so we just want to continue to do what has been approved on this site for over almost 40 years now. We also, by the way, I probably ought to address this too. There's stipulation on outdoor speakers. We're going to provide the outdoors. We're not going to allow outdoor speakers except for maybe a limited event. And I also want to talk about traffic for a second. There were comments about traffic. Traffic, we have very little traffic, but there are some car dealerships in the area. We think there are people driving through thinking that they can get through from this site to the others. We've talked to staff about potentially putting up No outlet sign, that may limit some of the traffic just randomly going through the area. Okay, we talked about the stipulations. That's good. All right. We believe this is consistent with the Manatee County Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan. This request will approve appropriate transition uses for an existing facility. Again, we're not changing anything that's built out there or any use, any of the buildings or parking, anything like that. We will eliminate inconsistencies with the existing approval documents and the current regulations. We will clarify the ability to continue the existing historical uses, which are the residential treatment facility and assisted living facility, and there is no change to approved site plan. And with that, we respectfully request a recommendation of approval and be happy to answer any questions. And I still got a minute and 26 left. Wow.
Any questions?
They've currently been operating here as a facility.
They are currently operating. We're trying to address
What
Carl,
level
the
of
question about that.
occupancy?
Huh?
What level of occupancy have they been at out of 90 beds?
What, 60% of the 90 beds are right now.
Okay. And
approximately.
roughly how much staff is on site?
We
in
do have
addition to
staff
that?
on site.
Can
Thank you. That's
the
a good question.
Sorry, can the folks that are going to be testifying on behalf of
Sure.
the client please come
That's
up,
why I'm
identify
recording it.
themselves, and
That's fair.
Yep.
Jim Ruchis, I have been sworn in, Executive Director of the Crossings Residential Treatment. There is currently staff, and we do maintain coverage 24/7 of staff on the property.
And Mr. Rushish, regarding the last one, just so we catch it, you said out of the occupancy, out of the 90 beds, was how many?
Probably 60%. There's still some internal improvements that we're doing on the buildings.
Roughly how many staff?
17, roughly, staff.
Okay. And were the immediate residential areas at all notified prior to you guys coming in and operating?
I'm not sure. We did not notify anyone. We did have an opportunity to meet with a lot of the neighbors during the hurricane, especially 24th Street was left impassable because of felled trees. And our organization took the lead on removing trees and getting a pathway cleared. So we had an opportunity to invite a lot of the neighbors that we were in contact with during that process. And I can tell you our closest neighbor to our property, who's also a Manatee police officer, has mentioned that he loves us as a neighbor and that he feels safe with his child. And so the comments we had, other than a couple of the neighbors at the public hearing, have been favorable. I will say a little historical background. I've been doing this for about 2 decades. I'm on my 3rd term on the Sarasota Criminal Justice Commission. I'm in my 9th year on the Mental Health Substance Abuse Planning Council. I work with the 12th Judicial Circuit and provide treatment therapy to the jails. We have 4 staff members that go in weekly providing and working with the 12th Judicial Circuit to increase robust services related to mental health and substance use disorders. And so we're very active in that role as it relates to treatment and therapy for mental health and substance abuse. I was highly impressed with the requests earlier on the expansion of apartments and everything. I would like to just note nationally, about 30% of all these newcomers are going to bring with them substance use disorders and mental health. So the need for increased treatment and capacity issues is going to have to grow, as well as Manatee and Sarasota are growing.
Mr. Ruchis, and to
Yes.
anyone that's going to testify today, I do want to remind to stick to issues or facts that you can personally testify to.
Sure. Thank you.
And this was just, it
Okay.
was just based on, I think, your reference to someone else's comment, which would technically be hearsay. But
Correct.
if you could, or to anyone else that's going to testify, stick to facts you can personally attest to. Thank you.
Sure. And you were sworn? I was sworn this morning, yes,
And
thank
he
you.
did, and I will note, he did say that before he came up, so good catch.
And is this program, is this the shelter program that is currently listed on your website as being closed?
And when you mentioned closed,
Your website says that your shelter program is your,
no, that was that was a homeless shelter program that was operational for a short time.
okay. All right. So when it comes to, say, your residents and your staff, you're looking at, at a max up to 120 people, are they coming in and out every day? You're looking at a residential neighborhood of roughly 200 homes. On a dead-end street, that's a significant amount of increased traffic and safety concerns.
Correct.
They're 90. There's no increase, it's 90.
It's 90 beds, but then you also have an additional of 20 staff and things like that. I'm saying from not having anyone there, the facility having been vacant previously, to then now.
My understanding it was a assisted living prior to us being there, but yes, you're right, that does, they do come and go, correct. That would be an increase in traffic on that road.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, that would, let me put it this way. That would be an increase in traffic from when it wasn't being utilized, but the traffic is very similar between the two uses.
Hey, Mark, can you clarify a few things for me, sir?
Sure.
Can you go back to the history of this property? I didn't quite catch it all. It seemed to be like maybe a year gap, like 1997 through 2022, it was operational.
Yep.
As it is now, effectively?
It's effectively, it's operational now, that's correct.
It was operating the same, like, operating as a
It was
residential?
about 11-month gap, approximately 11 months where there was no one on the site and it became a homeless camp.
Okay, so before that gap, it was operating nearly the same way it is today?
No, it was originally approved as a residential treatment facility, and our current zoning approval talks about that residential treatment facility. It was converted, not by my folks, but by somebody else, to a assisted living facility.
Okay, so through 2022, we're an assisted living facility?
Well, in 2022, it was an assisted living facility, that's correct.
Okay,
Sometime between late 90s to 2022 was assisted living facility.
okay. So the difference today, that is how it's being operated, is operating as both an assisted living and a residential treatment facility?
No, right now, it's a residential treatment facility, period. We wouldn't operate them, the two of those at the same time, because they're not really compatible with one another.
Okay,
We just want the options, should something happen and they move out, that we have the ability to do an assisted living facility. We're just trying to get,
okay.
as thought originally, we tried to make it, so we had a couple options here in the future.
And you're here because of the changes operating as a residential treatment facility as opposed to assisted living?
We're here because it's not clear what we can do under the code, frankly, and with our current approvals. But yes, this is designed to address all of those issues to make sure it's clear that we can do all of those things, yes. How's
Okay.
that for an answer?
I have a little bit more
It's
clarity.
It's confusing for us too, because if you read our ordinance, it looks like we can do a residential treatment facility, and we didn't know if anything had changed in the code. So, to our surprise, there had been a change in the code. Well, our ordinance was never changed, and that was the use that's talked about in there. When we came forward, so we thought we could open. When we opened, the staff had concerns about that.
I'm not sure if it exists, but was there any type of, quote, traffic data available that was happening through this, what was it, 24th Street? Yeah, 24th Street?
24th Street East, yes.
Yeah. Was there any traffic data of how much was coming down that neighborhood through 2022 versus now?
Well, Patty.
Good afternoon. I have not been sworn, so I need to be sworn.
Is there anyone else?
I do. Good afternoon, Commissioners. One of the reasons that I'm here is because of my history with the project. I was joking with some planning, Matt, I think it was, before you started, that one of the best and worst things about having been an attorney in this county for 46 years is I've pretty much touched every piece of property that has been developed. I got involved in 1996, 97, when the PDR was going through, and at that time, I did all the research on the special permit that was approved, and the special permit was for, I think, 62 or 65 beds, and then the PDR approval increased it to the 90 beds. Part of the special permit approval back in the day, and it was done in the same time frame as, I think it's called Meadow Lakes subdivision. There is a road agreement between the developer of that subdivision and the owners of the property that got 24th Street constructed. So, and then when the PDR was approved for the 90 beds, we got our CLOS for the traffic. So there was a gap of approximately 11 months. That's not enough to lose a non-conforming use. What has happened over time in Manatee County, the code, say, definitions get changed, or one sentence gets added to a provision in the supplemental standards for something. In this case, it was for residential treatment, recovery homes, group homes, all of those type of uses. That one sentence, I traced that back to supplement number 7, which was done in 2019. It was basically a county-initiated supplement to the code. I don't know who decided that was a good idea to make these be on connector roads, but none of the residential treatment facilities or any of the other facilities were notified of that specific change. So none of these people knew that they had now had legal non-conforming uses. After the PDR project, I represented Westminster because Westminster Retirement Communities had an ALF there, and there was no issue, no concern by the county, no pushback whatsoever. So when we say that we think we have approval for a residential treatment facility and an assisted living facility, that's why we say that, because those are the only 2 uses that have been on that property since 1986, with the exception of a 10 or 11-month gap. And I have documents that can demonstrate that it was only a 10 or an 11-month gap, because it went into receivership when the assisted living facility was closed by the state of Florida. So obviously they were not good operators. That land went into receivership, went through foreclosure and auction. There were issues. It was finally purchased by our client, and they very shortly thereafter entered into a letter of intent and lease agreement with the current operators, the crossings, and it started getting put back together because, I agree, there was, it went into some disrepair because of the bad operators, and then being vacant for 10 months, 11 months, you can imagine that it looked like a great place for a brand-new homeless camp in Manatee County. So I'm not denying that there were people there. They are no longer there, but it is a very confusing thing when, every time the county changes the code, whether they like it or not, it has unintended consequences on people who have relied upon prior approvals. This development is a little bit different because it only has 2 uses. There was a time in the 80s and 90s, when you applied for a PDR, you didn't get the list of uses and cross out the ones you didn't want. You only got the use you asked for. So I'm here to tell you that this issue is going to be coming back, because this is my second or third one where, for instance, I had one US 41, where the gentleman he was a rug salesman, had a rug store. When he went out of business, the county told me there was nothing you could do in that retail space except a rug store, because that's what the PDR said. So it's a little concerning, but the only two uses that have been there since 1986 is either a residential treatment facility or assisted living facility. The main problems that have occurred at this location is because of that 11-month gap where the property wasn't completely managed and secured. And that's not our client's fault. Once we had ownership control, we started taking care of that problem. And I have the road maintenance agreement. I have every set of minutes from 1986 and 1997. I have every piece of paper you might want to see about the history of this project. I don't think it's necessary to submit it, but if you want to see it, I have it.
Ms.
Thank you.
Petrov, could you clarify, just for my own personal confusion, your current client is the Crossings,
My current client is the owner of the property, just like Mr. Barnaby.
so it's called the Crossings, correct, the operator?
The operator is the Crossings, yes, sir.
Okay, and then when you just mentioned, an entity called Westminster. What's the connection of Westminster to the
They
Crossings?
had an ALF there.
So it was a prior corporate entity?
Yeah, that was an ownership of the property in the last, since 86. So Centerstone had it, Manatee Glens, now Centerstone had it. And then at some point it was sold to Westminster Communities of Florida, a corporation that was started in Manatee County. They ran it as a geriatric assisted living facility. Then it was sold to at least two other persons in between. So my office has represented Westminster in this town for over 50 years, because Dewey Dye Sr. was part of the group that started it, or Dewey Dye Jr. was part of the group that started it, started in Manatee County at the Manors, which is behind where all the Kiwanis Park and everything should be. That was the first Westminster's community in Florida, was in Manatee County, and it's an organization that has been here for over 50 years. So they just owned the property and operated it as an assisted living facility.
Otherwise, no connection currently
No
to the current
connection
operator?
current. I'm just trying to give some history.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, because
Okay,
I got
thank you.
lost in that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Westminster is tied, I think, to Westminster Presbyterian, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, Presbyterian Church. So, good organization, by the way.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you just give me a
Okay.
brief, what's the difference between the Crossings and Centerstone? I'm very familiar with Centerstone.
Yes, well, to some extent, I think Jim probably the best person to answer that question.
Centerstone is a full-service clinical medical facility.
Okay.
So,
Okay, and will your facility be a locked facility, or?
No, for instance, we have a contract or an MOU with Centerstone for the psychiatric medical portion. So if there was a client that needed medication-assisted treatment, Centerstone is our contracted partner.
Okay,
We're a small part
okay, thank
of
you.
what they do.
So the current buildings will continue to be used, or you're not raising buildings, and
No
And
no
are they-
changes in the buildings, no changes in the parking.
are the buildings in good shape?
Well, you saw the pictures, I think, they're in pretty good shape. I mean, we're working on them to get better. There was some damage due to the hurricanes, and we're trying to get them in an even better condition than they are now.
And do you have any visitors? So how long does a person stay there typically, or
I'll let approximately,
6 months?
between 3 and 6 months, it
Uh-huh,
just kind of
typical.
falls in that area.
And do they have visitors that come during the day, or?
I'll let, I'll let the expert tell you that.
Clients can submit for visitation, so children and spouses can, or siblings or parents could come visit them, or they can submit for a pass to go to their home to
Yeah.
visit, and then.
But that's all
UAs are-
regulated by the,
Sure,
Yeah.
so there's accountability procedures in place, right?
okay. All right, thank you.
Before you sit down, sir?
Stick around. Mr. Bauer.
Yes, sir.
That's me.
Yes.
How often are you testing for drugs?
Random and cause tests every single day, so depending
Okay.
on,
On average, if I'm in your facility, on average, how many times would I be tested in a particular week?
on a random case, it may be once, but you may be submitted for cause. So if you were presenting oddly or behaviorally, there may be a cause issue.
Going back to my military days, I was a alcohol and drug coordinator, so I was the guy having to test
Right.
other people for drugs, and I learned a lot about the timing of drug tests and how it applies to certain drugs and how it doesn't to others. So
Absolutely.
that's the reason why I was asking. Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Referring back to Mr. Bauer's question regarding traffic and what I alluded to earlier, I think, and then with knowing the history of this being more of a geriatric ALF prior to it being a residential treatment facility, you're having, as we discussed, with between those folks that are there leaving and coming and going daily as well as your staff, you're not having that same amount of traffic as you would arguably with residents of a geriatric assisted living facility. I'm also concerned with this being on a dead-end street, and further, the intersection of it with State Road 70 has changed. You're no longer able to pull out and go west onto State Road 70. You're only able to go a certain way. So it's caused there's a lot of cause for concern when it comes to just the overall traffic and what that congestion and things can happen down that street and into the impacting residential neighborhoods.
Yeah, but remember, this site, and of course, I'll talk about both those issues. First of all, this site was approved as a residential treatment facility specifically. And I know at the time those things were taken into consideration. Yes, there have been some change. By the way, there are a number of kind of outroads, but it is a fairly limited direct shot to the site. And the traffic going into this site is now right in, right out, only from 24th and 70. But the basic road has not changed really, and since, as far as I know, since the early 80s at least.
Any additional questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can we go ahead with staff report?
Hello, good afternoon. Alicia Henry here for staff, and I have been sworn. I'm here to present for Manatee Cottages East. Okay, so this request is to reestablish an abandoned youth with a general development plan. This is to allow a large residential treatment facility or a large assisted living facility of 90 beds for an existing 36,449 square feet development. Okay, so there is a bit of a misconception as to what is being reestablished. What will be reestablished if it is approved will either be a residential treatment facility or assisted living facility, because I know there's a misconception that it's somehow going to be a shelter as to what is being proposed today, but it's not just residential treatment facility and assisted living facility. So per the land development code, I'm going to go ahead and read to you what it defines as a residential treatment facility. All right, so that shall mean a 24-hour residential program providing relatively intensive diagnostic and therapeutic service for its residents for alcoholism, drug abuse, mental illness, development disabilities, emotional and social problem, or a similar condition. Nothing in this code shall prevent a residential treatment facility from having outpatients. A residential treatment facility with more than 14 residents is deemed large. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and read the assisted living facility definition per the land development code. So it shall mean any building or buildings, section or district, part of building, private home, boarding home, home for the aged, or other residential facility, whether operated for profit or not, which undertakes through its ownership or management to provide housing, meal, and one or more personal service for a period exceeding 24 hours to one or more adults who are not relative to the owner or administrator. Large ALF facilities house more than 14 residents. Okay, so we're going to go over a little bit of history. So since the adoption of the Land Development Code, the zoning district has been general agriculture, and in 1997 it was changed to Plan Development Residential. And also since the adoption of the comprehensive plan, the Fusion Lane is category was industrial light, and in 1997 it was changed to low intensity office. All right, so this is the part I think we want a little bit of clarification on in regards to the use. So we're going to start on the lower left side of the screen. So where it says 1986. So Manatee Glens was approved for the use of a residential treatment facility, and that was approved for 86 beds. Then for July 23rd, 1997, Property Appraiser's Office showed the sale to Presbyterian Retirement Communities, Inc., and that operated as a assisted living facility. On July 29th, 1997, there was a zoning ordinance that was signed by Manatee County, which permitted the use for just a residential treatment facility, and prohibited the use of a group care home, which was also considered an assisted living facility. On January 23rd, 1998, residential treatment facility use was abandoned. On July 23rd, 1998, it was deemed to be a discontinuation of a non-conforming use. On March 31st, 2003, Property Appraiser's Office showed sale to Westminster Pines, which was also operated as an assisted living facility. January 15th, 2009, PAO Office showed sale to the Cottages, which was an assisted living facility, which was shut down by the state on December 1st, 2022. On September 22nd, 2003, Property Appraiser's Office shows that ownership was then under CNP XX Ventures and is now operating as a residential treatment facility. So if you look at the bottom of my screen, you'll see that between July 23rd, 1997 to December 1st, 2022, various group care homes / assisting living facility operated outside the provision of the Manatee County Code. As I stated before, the zoning ordinance that was signed in 1997 was only approved for the use of residential treatment facility, not an assisted living facility, as was called back then a group care home. So also, there was a stipulation within that zoning ordinance that stated activities allowed for a residential treatment facility, but group care home shall not be allowed. Okay, so here's an aerial of the site. So it's generally located 0.51 miles south of 53rd Avenue East and 863 feet west of US 301, and on a site of 6.60 acres. Okay, so the applicant has requested a specific approval to acquire relief from the Land Development Code Section 53146A, which requires a residential treatment facility that is located within a residential zoning to have direct access to a roadway designated as a collector or hire. So this image here is demonstrating where the facility is and how far it is from a thoroughfare. So they're asking relief from this particular they're asking to have relief from being upon a thoroughfare. And as you can see, it's 0.5 miles, 0.5 miles, yes, away from the nearest thoroughfare. And I just want to go back to this, and as you can see, just north of the residential treatment facility, this is that neighborhood that they have to go through in order to get to that thoroughfare. Okay. So they did have a neighborhood workshop, and this is we have a little bit of feedback from that workshop. per the LDC Section 312.6, applicants are strongly encouraged to hold a neighborhood workshop during the application process. The department director or the board may require an applicant to hold a neighborhood workshop for an applicant that, in the view of the department director or board, have potential neighborhood impacts. The neighbors to the north of the residential treatment facility expressed how they have experienced negative impacts stemming from the facility at the neighborhood workshop held on November 21st, 2024. So this is the general development plan that was provided to us, and it's just delineating the features of this plan. So the site, of course, as I stated before, is 6.60 acres. The site is not located on a collector or hire. Site is in compliance with the setbacks. They do have a 15-foot buffer on the east, west, and south side. Total site is, again, 36,449 square feet. Site provides 65% of open space. No proposed changes to the existing development with this general development plan. All right, so here is what is the current future land use category, which is low-intensity office. The zoning district is planned development residential. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go over the positive, negative, and the mitigating measures. So for the positive aspect, the request, if approved, will allow the reestablishment of a use for either a residential treatment facility or an assisted living facility. The negative aspect, site does not comply with today's standard of the Land Development Code 53146 that requires a residential treatment facility to be located on a collector or hire. Applicant has not provided information showing they have met the NFPA 101 safety code as required by the Agency for Healthcare Administration to operate as an assisted living facility. With that, they just have to provide us information showing that they have received certification from them, and that can be acquired at time of administrative review. Existing development does not maintain the character consistent with a residential neighborhood, which would promote the public health, safety, and welfare. For the mitigating measures, the applicant is requesting a specific approval from Section 531.46A, which requires a residential treatment facility to be located on a collector or hire. All right, so in conclusion, the staff are offering two alternative motions. The request can be found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code, and recommend adoption of Manatee County zoning ordinance number PDR 2409G for approval with a general development plan, or the request can be found to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and land development code and recommend denial of Manatee County zoning ordinance number PDR 2409G with a general development plan. Any questions?
I do. Could you go back to the use history timeline slide? And could you clarify how it is that you were able to determine, could you clarify how it is you were able to determine an abandonment or discontinuance of use?
Yes, of course. Okay, so I'll start off with the abandonment, since that is the first thing that is mentioned on my timeline that's in red. According to our definitions within the Land Development Code, if an establishment has changed the characteristics like the furniture of that particular organization for a consecutive time of 6 months, then it's deemed to be abandoned. I will also go into discontinuation of a non-conforming use, which our Land Development Code states within Section 107.5D. If a non-conforming use is discontinued for a period of 1 year or more, then that use shall not be renewed or reestablished thereafter, and any subsequent use of the lot or structure shall conform to the use regulations of the zoning district in which it is located. So if we go back to my timeline, you can see that that discontinuation was established after It was established after the property appraiser's office shows that Presbyterian Retirement Communities show that there was a sale to that particular organization, which operated as an assisted living facility. As I mentioned before, our code, our land development code back in the 90s, actually called an assisted living facility a group care home. There was a stipulation within that zoning ordinance that prohibited the use of a group care home, which is an assisted living facility. And between the time of July 23rd, 1997 to December 1st, 2002, it operated as an assisted living facility, therefore operating outside the provisions of Manatee County Code Land Development, the Manatee County Land Development Code provisions.
And could you also go back to your last slide that presents the motions? So I see that you're, I guess, the proposed motions.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know you're presenting alternative motions there, but in your expert opinion,
Mm-hmm.
does the proposed reestablishment of uses in GDP comport with the comp plan and the review standards of the Land Development Code?
Well, what I can say is this particular section where we encourage the applicant to have these workshops, the purpose of this is to see if there are any potential impacts to the neighborhood. There is a section of our code, 531.6, B, which states that they also have to maintain the character of a residential neighborhood. With the attachment that was a part of the agenda, and I'm sure all of you have read, it shows from the public that that character was not maintained. So that's my answer. So.
You'll get your opportunity, but staff is still doing the presentation. So I'm asking her to clarify for the record.
So with that
Hold on,
statement, okay.
The process is the same, so it won't change. You'll get your opportunity. Yep. Yep.
So with that statement, I would state that they're not in alignment with the code.
Okay. Is there any other additional information that you could provide to the commission regarding why your opinion is what it is, meaning that the proposed project is not in compliance with the standards of the comprehensive plan and the review standards of the Land Development Code?
Because they have not upheld, they have not maintained the character of what is supposed to be a residential neighborhood. From what we have received from the neighbors within our neighborhood workshop summary.
Mr. Chair? Or are we still having this conversation, or can I ask a few questions?
I just wanted to make sure those points were, I guess, clarified a little better for purposes of the Planning Commission's
Yeah.
evaluation of the case.
Can we go back to the timeline, please? All right. So you list January 23rd, 1998, facility abandoned. Who determined that it was abandoned? And what records do we have to reflect that?
Well, if the code actually states that if the characteristics have been changed, such as changing out furnitures to accommodate the now new use for a consecutive of 6 months, consecutively for 6 months, then it will be deemed to be abandoned. As we know, if you're going to have a use that is for an ALF, of course, you may have a rehab with an ALF. You're going to have things to rehabilitate that person that is in an ALF physically. There are, maybe oxygen tanks that are needed for an ALF that may not be needed within a residential treatment facility. So
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, so I'd like to do this kind of piecemeal. So I still want to focus on the point of someone deemed this property abandoned on January 23rd, 1998. What I want to focus is on, especially from a legal standpoint, what basis are we saying it's abandoned? And what legal documents will we have to prove that it is abandoned according to the abandoned, like you're saying, the removal of furniture and things like that? Do we have any documentation to show there was a building removed? There was
Well-
anything that goes to the definition of abandoned?
Well, we as Manatee County would deem it as abandoned because the use has changed.
No, wait,
There is
wait,
no,
time.
oh, no, I'm
That's
getting
not
to
the
your
definition of
question.
abandoned though, right? Abandoned says you have to remove furniture and things like that. I think that's what you showed us.
Right, and you have to change characteristics to accommodate that particular use that you're changing to. So it's not just furniture, there's things that you have to do to shift and mold into the use in which you would like to now you do.
Well, what?
If it's an ice
what if
cream
they didn't
shop
have
and
to
it's
shift
changing to a
any-
bank,
Yeah, I don't see any shift in a treatment facility versus a group home care. It's the same furniture, things like that. So I think they can argue that very easily.
okay.
And so I still go to the point, okay, I get your argument on abandoned, okay? And then we get to the point where it's deemed discontinuance of non-conforming use.
Right.
Manatee County deemed that?
Well, if we go to non-conforming use, let's go back to my slide where it says non-conforming use, right? If a non-conforming use is discontinued for a period of 1 year, then that use shall not be renewed, right?
But-
And
Okay,
shall not be renewed or reestablished thereafter, and any subsequent use of that lot or structure shall conform to the youth regulations of the zoning district in which it is located. So
what was
our-
the non-conforming
when-
use?
Our applicant has come forward with a specific approval so they can have relief of not being on a thoroughfare, right? That actually deems it as a non-conforming use. There was a discontinuation of the non-conforming use because we do not acknowledge the assisted living facility. It was not approved for an assisted living facility. It was approved for a residential treatment facility. There was a stipulation within the zoning ordinance that stated they cannot operate as a group care home, which is also an assisted living facility. So therefore, it cannot be acknowledged. They did not come forward to be approved administratively. The only assisted living facility that came forward was to request a zoning verification. With a zoning verification, that still doesn't approve you as an ALF.
I get those things. I get those things, but I still got to go back to some of the other things that we're relying upon. Because as I go back to the timeline again, please,
Oh, yeah, sure.
okay? This property, and I get it, I think the location's terrible. But that said, 1997, it's approved for a residential treatment facility and prohibit the use of
Group care
assisted
home.
living.
Yes.
So, this group, Crossings, they're trying to do a residential treatment facility, which this property was approved to do in 1997. Now, the difference here, I think, is in between now and 1998, there was a series of assisted living facilities that were allowed to operate that nobody in Manatee County seemed to do anything about until the state shut them down. So I guess I'm wondering, are we penalizing the Crossings to conduct business the way the facility was originally approved to do because the things that happened in between, and we're arguing that it was deemed discontinuation of conforming use, but then yet we still allowed the non-conforming use to continue, and nobody cared until
My
now.
manager actually would have
Can
something
I-
that you'd like to say?
Ask
No,
a
go
question.
ahead.
Have you looked at the utilities to see if the utilities were ever Was the meter pulled? Were the utilities ever stopped? Nobody was using the utilities?
Yes, for a period of time, there was where there was a discontinuation of use at that particular property.
And how was
For-
that determined?
This information was actually provided to us directly, provided directly to us from the utility department.
Which utility department? Do you mean like FPL, or do you mean
From
Manatee County?
the water utility department.
So they actually pulled the meter?
They provided me the information by email to show me the dates as to when the water was not utilized.
Was there ever any code violations, I guess?
My manager
that.
will answer that question.
Rachel Layton for staff, I have been sworn. A couple of things. Yes, all of this started with code enforcement actions last May, where we received a number of code enforcement calls from I'm assuming from the neighborhood. And so we were asked to go visit the site. So Rob Wenzel and myself went with code enforcement to go visit the site. There are a lot of concerns from the residents and from what we're seeing on that property. There's been a lot of confusion as to the specific use. What I'd like to point out is in the application documents that are part of the record, that the original request in 1997 appears to be a change in use from residential treatment facility to group care home, which would have been the assisted living facility. Unfortunately, the definitions and a lot of the documentation in between, when they get to the stipulation that was crafted, and I'd like to read that too, so you guys see how confusing this language is the stipulation says, activities allowed for residential treatment facilities, but prohibited for group care homes shall not be allowed.
Right.
I've been practicing for now 28 years. And that's the worst language I've ever read, because what is it we are actually allowed to do on this property? And that is part of the confusion. It operated as a residential treatment facility until approximately 1998, where the use was changed to assisted living facility, seemingly in conformance with the ordinance that was done, and operated as an assisted living facility until 2002. And that's all documented through the property appraiser's office. And I would imagine also through the state licensing for an assisted living facility, because they shut them down in December of 2022, according to newspaper articles. Yes.
Which then, just real quick, leads me to my next question to county attorney's office is this kind of like insurance where policy vagueness is found, is deferred to, say, the plaintiff in terms of, I forget how the terminology is used, but in an insurance policy where it's vague and broad, then it is construed to the benefit of the plaintiff and not the insurer. If our language is terrible language, again, I might be beating a dead horse here, but I'm just wondering about that.
So I'm going to answer your question, but let me get a point of clarification so I can get the record clear, and then I'll bounce back to answering your question. The section that you cited that referenced it as being very poorly written, were you
Yes.
reading directly from the staff report, or were
It
you
is
reading directly
it is from the
SP?
recorded ordinance,
So that would be
9705. It's the-
9705, okay, very good.
Yes, it's the
I wanted to
corrective
make sure.
ordinance.
Since we have the timeline out there, I
So-
wanted to make the connection.
This is why we're in this process right now, is so that we can clear the code enforcement action by means of a corrected or a new ordinance to address a large residential treatment facility or a large assisted living facility. And I want to make note that we've got a lot of people still in the audience and testimony to be given. Want to make sure that the council gives time for cross-examination, but all of the documentation on this specific piece of property has been very difficult to navigate, and to make sure that we have all of these things, partly due to the age of the facility and the records and things like that. So, Ms. Henry, and I'm in agreement with her that there are things about how it's being maintained today that certainly could be stipulated for the property owner to maintain properly. but I would really like for everyone to have the opportunity to hear the citizens. Thank you.
And so I'm going to answer your question, Mr. Bauer, too. So with respect to, I think you were trying to make like an analogy with like insurance provisions and how it's held in, I guess, with relation to the drafter of the document. The thing that I can say here in land use world is you have to evaluate as a commissioner whether the proposed development is consistent with, there's competent substantial evidence on the record that what is being proposed is either compliant with the comprehensive plan and the review standards of the Land Development Code, or it's not. And that's really what you have to very narrowly focus in on. Is the evidence being presented both by the applicant, by staff? Folks here will probably get up as well and have their opportunity to provide evidence and testimony as well. And you have to sift through all that, through that very narrow prism, and go back. Is the proposed development consistent or not consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code? One last thing with respect to, I guess, clarifying the abandonment or the discontinuance issue,
Right.
because I really want to kind of narrow in on that to see if we can help the commission get a better understanding of a very amorphous, nebulous land use 101 type stuff. So what we had is we have the SP 8614 in the timeline that establishes the residential treatment facility use.
Yes.
Since that has occurred, there was, I think, a change in the Land Development Code, which Ms. Petroff mentioned in her testimony, that requires residential treatment facilities to be located on an arterial or a collector. Am I accurate so far?
You are.
And so since then, they ceased functioning, and please correct me or fill in this, because I really want to make sure I'm accurate, and I'm not providing testimony because I can't. I'm trying to be like a referee and make sure that the process is being upheld. So at some point in this timeline, and please indicate when that is, they stopped utilizing the property as a residential treatment facility for some period of time, at which point they are here today to try and reestablish what was previously an abandoned use.
Right.
And am I accurate on that? And am I accurately summarizing your testimony as you've provided it so far?
Thus far, yes.
Okay.
So that date here where it's July 23rd, 1997, as we can see by the public appraiser's office, they do show that there's new ownership by Presbyterian Retirement Communities, and they operate it as an assisted living facility. As stated before, our code does state that if characteristics are to change for that particular use to accommodate that use for 6 consecutive months, therefore that use is deemed abandoned. They are here before us to reestablish their use. Also, so it's a little layered because it's also a discontinuation of a non-conforming use. They are non-conforming because they cannot be on a thoroughfare. As you can see from the map, the aerial that I showed you, they are not located on a thoroughfare, so they're asking relief from that. If you're not meeting just one of the stipulations within our code, you're now non-conforming. So because they're non-conforming and they have discontinued this use for over a period of a year, that also throws you into the ring of Manatee County Land Development Code, where you have to come back up to standards with Manatee County and be within our provisions.
Can you clarify when the LDC section 531.46 regarding it being on a collector or a thoroughfare, when did that come into play? When was that updated? So
I looked at the Land Development Code for the 90s, and so when they came forward in 97 and they were approved for this zoning ordinance, that section actually did exist where they had to be on a thoroughfare. When they came forward initially as Manatee Glens in 1986, they were approved, and at that time, as you can see, they were not on a thoroughfare. So that provision for them needing to be located on a thoroughfare On a collector or hire, that language did exist back in 1997, and it exists today. That's why they're asking for relief.
Let's go ahead and open up the public comments.
Okay.
And get going on that, please.
And Ms. Petra, if we haven't forgotten about you, you will have an opportunity to cross-examine. Wait, you need to provide that to the clerk's office.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, and it's, so, yes, I've been,
It's a new hearing, so have you been sworn?
yes, I've been sworn.
And then just for the record to clarify, he did provide, I think, the clerk's office a document that purports to give him 10 minutes. So, okay.
Yes, sir.
Glenn Gibolina for the record, and I have been sworn. I can't believe we're even having this conversation. Why can't we just do the right thing? You know, I'm a numbers guy and a facts guy, and you know I'm all about affordable housing, but you ain't seen the advocate side of me for veterans. Far stronger than affordable housing. It's a travesty that we have homeless vets that need a place to stay, and this county is obstructing that process. I want to point out that it was never abandoned for a year, as Ms. Petrov said. So this more than a year, that's a moot point. That shouldn't even have been on the presentation. It's moot. It was 11 months. So for staff to go ahead and say, well, it was abandoned for a month, they didn't provide any water bills, no electric bills. It's all hearsay. I'm a facts guy, numbers and facts. And by the way, I am the outreach program for Turning Points, for the crossings. I give hundreds of hours of volunteer time. I don't take a dime. I'm there almost every day. And I will tell you, as far as the traffic, there really isn't any. People at work normally, first of all, if they're in treatment, they need support services. And if they go to work, they don't have a car. The crossing provides transportation in vans to take them to work. Very little traffic goes on that road. As far as a collector road, the current facility, the mental facility, is not on a collector road at the other place. So all I am saying is that we got a long way to go here. Unneeded expense, attorneys' times, and by the way, I was at that meeting. I spoke at that meeting, the town hall meeting that we had for those residents. And I brought up the veterans, and I said, you know what? We currently have, and by the way, I'm very patriotic. This is the 47th inaugural day Bible that I will be in Washington with on Monday, freezing my butt off. And I'm a big proponent of veterans. I'm wearing an honor flight shirt. I take my daughter there. I took my older brother, a Vietnam disabled vet there. Jim Roach came with me one year. So there is a lot of veteran in me. And when I see that we're being obstructionist to this, my blood boils. I just off the chain. This letter I wrote to you, to the planning board, and I want to read it into the record because I think it's important. If I can find my copy here.
And while you're finding your space or your time, if you could provide a copy of that to the clerk when you're done.
Everything, believe me, not my first rodeo.
All right.
And I'm redundant. I put it in public comment. I sent each and every one of you one. I'm reading it into the record, and I'm going to put it in the record, just so we're all on the same page, right? Dear Planning Board, today we stand in a pivotal moment, an opportunity to make a substantial difference in the lives of homeless veterans. Currently aware of 33. So those numbers, by the way, you can double or triple. Those are the ones we know about. Matt will tell you that some of these vets want to fly under the radar. But if they knew they had a facility like the Crossings to provide that, they would come out of the woodwork. Let me remind you, Tunnels to Towers is 2 years off. 2 years off. We have homeless vets in the streets tonight. that these guys could put hotbeds to. They're at 60% out of 90, right? That leaves 35 beds. They could eliminate the veteran homeless project overnight by approving this, by approving this rezone. Our veterans should not suffer because of poor policy from this county, and it is. The wording is terrible, the policy is terrible. They can't provide the evidence that is needed for their case. It's just a poor case. And for this to drag on for as long as it has, you know, and this idea that Mr. Wenzel went out there with code enforcement, I'm big on property rights. They didn't have a warrant. Code enforcement shouldn't even be allowed on that property, but they were invited, right, by county. And I've had code enforcement at my house a lot of times, and they know if they don't have a warrant, they don't even get out of your truck. So they're in there writing tickets for plates and all this other stuff by a code enforcement officer that lives in the neighborhood that shouldn't even been there. So this whole cabal of obstructionists to this project is unacceptable. I'm going to continue with this letter. Currently, we are aware of 33 brave men and women struggling without shelter. And by the way, I'm going to break anonymity here. My brother's a disabled vet, right? I've been clean and sober 18 years. I go to meetings, I'm a sponsor, and I have sponsees. I can relate to the veterans that come in there damaged, that are alcoholics and substance abuse, because I've been there. So they are providing a tremendous service to these veterans that could be there. And another thing, they have funding, but those funders don't want to fund until they get a definite answer in what direction we need to go. And I think the moral compass of this board is going to improve this, because we have to do it for the betterment of the community. But in reality, the number could easily be doubled. These heroes who have sacrificed so much for our country deserve not just our respect, but also our action. The Crossings Ministry bridged decades of expertise in providing transitional housing, and that's the most need right now. You talk to any veteran in the street, they're not ready to buy a house. They need treatment, and they want a roof over their head. They want transitional housing, and the Crossings can do that. And they collaborate with many other partners, Turning Point, Salvation Army, Centerstone. Oh, Centerstone, they're not on a collective road. They got residential treatment. They are not on a collective, they're over by Mixon. That's not a main road. They get more traffic in and out of there than the Crossings ever sees on a daily basis. So I don't buy that argument at all. I don't see them being closed down. The Crossing brings decades of expertise in providing transitional housing and treatment for our veterans. Their proven track record speaks volumes about their dedication and effectiveness in helping those who have served us. They understand unique challenges, as I do, veterans face, and have successfully rehabilitated countless individuals through compassionate support and housing solutions. We're going to have a wind chill factor tonight of 35. We have homeless vets on the street because we can't provide a bed because we're uncertain if we're going to even be in business. So this whole things of months and months of going back with staff and attorneys, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Why can't we just use some common sense? Now's the time to seize the moment to create a safe haven for our veterans. And by the way, at that meeting, when I brought up veterans, the neighborhood was all for it. No problem, Glenn. Veterans, we care. It's the other druggies and whores we don't want. Okay, all right, that's fine. But they were supportive of veterans. So we're at 60% out of 90 beds, right? So that's 36 beds. That would solve the problem. And talk about numbers and lot sizes and all this other conforming stuff. 6.5 acres, beautiful campus. I encourage all of you to come out there, right? You divide 6.5 acres, 43,560 times 6.5, is 283,000 square feet, divided by 90 is 3,100 square foot per person. You could build a residential on that. And we're going to give them 3,100 square feet per person at that facility. And you say it's too crowded. I don't get it. I don't get it. We cannot afford to lose the chance to provide bed, stability, hope to those who have given so much. It's imperative we move forward with a positive zoning solution that allow us to approve and reestablish the GDT for a beautiful 7-acre facility tailored specifically for our veterans. Let us unite and take actionable steps to ensure every veteran has a place to call home until tunnels to towers are built. Again, this is transitional housing. This is what the veterans need right now. A stepping stone, like Jim says, 6 months. Okay, we're going to get on the waiting list for tunnels to towers. They'll be done in a few years. Let's take actionable steps to ensure a place to call home, sanctuary that can heal, rebuild, and thrive. Together, we can transform this vision into reality, the honor and sacrifices. That's my 2 cents. We have to do a better job. We shouldn't, we have to. And what I've heard here today from staff is unacceptable. It's just unacceptable. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the 10 minutes. And we're going to move forward in a positive direction. Oh, by the way, one more thing. You guys didn't mind taking $150,000 while it was so-called abandoned in tax revenues for the last 3 years, but I guess that was okay. Thank you. I got another copy.
You should get two. Hold on, you only need one. Here, one. Andrea Griffin, Manatee County activist advocate. I have been sworn in. I just want to state that this facility has been operating as an assisted living facility or some type of rehab facility since 1986. We've sat here for over an hour, longer than any of our land, our transfers or whatever, amendments, right? Going from RS3 to RS12, we can do that in 15 minutes. Something like this, where a building has been established for this, it has a non-conforming use, so what? It's not on a thoroughfare? It doesn't make sense. So those are the things that kept us here for an hour talking about this. This seems to me like it's a waste, this seems like it's a waste of time. It was a prior usage. I don't understand why we're arguing about this. It should just be approved. I mean, we rubber stamp a lot of stuff around here, but this we're arguing about for over an hour. This is what the community needs. We have sprawling all over this community. This is something that this residential, whether it's I think it should be established for both, either assisted living facility, a rehabilitation facility. It's a facility to help people. It's kind of like your fences, right? You have a chain link, you put it down, you got to go pull another permit to put a wood fence up. It doesn't seem right. It is clear the general public is not happy with the planning and development of this community. They've pretty much fired the county commission because of it, this issue. And that is a direct result of approving bad projects and denying good ones. This is a good project. This is another example of, I feel like, bureaucracy. It is scrivener's error, if you will. Something was not explained properly on a legal document, on an ordinance, and it's causing all this problem. I think this is unnecessary. This helps veterans. If you're at the county's commission meetings, you know that we need beds for people that are out there. And what people up here don't know, if it was a facility like this that saved my life. Okay? I am who I am today because of the Tammy House in Northport. I'm here, sober, free, have been for years. You guys have seen me out here kicking my boots for years. And it's because of a facility like this. I absolutely 100% believe in this, and I think you guys should approve it. Out of all the poor decisions you make, let's make a right decision for once. God bless.
Next person.
Hi, I'm Jacob Saldivar. I've been sworn in. I'm a 27-year, third-generation neighborhood resident. I wrote it down because I'm nervous. I'm here today to express my concerns regarding the proposed changed code and how it will negatively impact our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is served by a road with only one lane for each direction, which is used for vehicles, walking, dog walking, exercise, and children returning from school. Changing the code to allow different types of entities will dramatically increase vehicular traffic, including residents of the facility, employees who commute, service vehicles, emergency responders, etc. The increased activity will not only exacerbate congestion, but also compromise safety by increasing the likelihood of accidents on this narrow roadway. Additionally, the increased traffic could negatively affect the quality of life of residents in the area. Noise level and the risk of pedestrian accidents may rise, diminishing the character and safety for our community. There have been multiple ongoing code violations at the site: trailers, campers, school buses, improperly parked vehicles, littering the campus, junk and debris scattered throughout the property, creating an unsightly and potential hazardous environment, a lack of proper signage, and a general lack of upkeep, which detract from the overall appearance and safety of the site. The condition of the property is not only a violation of local codes, but also negatively impacts the surrounding neighborhood. The unmaintained state of the site, combined with the continued disregard for regulations, is causing frustration among residents of the neighborhood. One of my main concerns is that of safety. There are many families who lived here for multiple decades with little to no issues. We're a diverse community: blue collar, white collar, young, old, grandparents, grandchildren, all nervous about going outside in our own neighborhood. There are ongoing issues related to the lack of security at the facility and its negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. These issues have caused significant discomfort and safety concerns among our residents. Residents of the facility frequently roam the neighborhood, which they are not a part of, without any apparent supervision or accountability. There have been multiple eyewitness accounts of suspicious activity near the end of 24th Street, close to the Salvation Army, including behavior indicative of potential drug deals. Facility residents have been observed smoking marijuana in public areas with photographic evidence from neighbors. There have been numerous incidents of facilities trespassing on private property within the neighborhood, causing concern for personal safety and property safety. Many individuals roam there, appear disheveled, unkept, contributing to a sense of unease among the residents. Loud music and drag racing down the street occurs frequently, often late at night and early into the morning hours, disrupting the peace and quiet of the community. The ongoing issues significantly impact the quality of life for the residents and create an environment of unease and frustration. I was at that meeting. I was not happy for myself or any of the other neighbors, unlike what was stated before. The main concern is the safety. In conclusion, I know this decision changes for opportunities for the facility. I think it's important that if it's being mismanaged now, how can we trust that it's going to be handled properly if approved for more? It's the same kind of concept, approving at the, going for the heartstrings for you guys, veterans, orphanages, these type of things, to avoid, the issues that we have going on. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Jacob?
Yes, sir.
I got a couple questions for the speaker.
Sure.
How long you lived in that neighborhood?
My grandma moved there in 1997. My parents moved there early 2000s. I've lived there personally for 16, 17. So I've been there my whole life.
Okay, so you've been there through the transition of all the things you've seen on the timeline, right?
Sure.
So you talked about, for instance, drag racing.
Sure.
Why do you think that's coming from this facility?
It's a one-way street. It's coming down from the end of the street to the end of 70. There's vehicles. We walk throughout the neighborhood every day, my wife and I and my children. We see all the cars, all the neighbors, and these are strange cars that don't live in the neighborhood.
And you're seeing them going and parking in the facility?
No, I'm seeing them going into the facility. Once they get past the facility, I don't know. Once they get past the entrance, because there's trees, bushes, etc.
Okay. You also talked about people like using marijuana and stuff near the Salvation Army.
Sure.
Is that, I'm assuming that's at the entrance of 24th
That's the
and
entrance
70?
of 24th Street.
Okay. How is that associated with this facility and the people who are there?
They're seen walking to the facility.
From the facility, so going to the
From the
Salvation Army?
facility, walking down the street, or coming from 70, walking to the facilities every day, all day.
Okay. How was things when nobody was in the facility, with all the homeless people and so forth? How'd it feel?
There's homeless people there. You're always nervous when there are homeless people there. You don't know what they're going to do.
Do you feel more safe or less safe now?
I had no issues with the homeless people, so I would say less
Really?
safe now. Sure. No personal issues.
So no issues with the homeless people then?
personally, yeah, I mean, yeah, and that's why code enforcement went there,
Okay,
right?
okay. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate it.
I'm Dwayne Porter. I was sworn in earlier. I'm actually Executive Director of the operations for the crossings. I wasn't even going to speak, but this lady over here inspired me. I, too, come from the same issues. I fell at a very young age to drugs and alcohol. But something that always resonated inside of me was my mama. And my mama told me my whole life who I really was. But I got lost in that. And because of my mom's voice, and God, honestly, something resonated inside of me finally, and I got my life together. And I've been sober, substance-free. When I say sober, I mean no substance whatsoever. And it's our heart and our compassion to help people find the same things. You know, my mom always told me this is the stuff that I was supposed to do in life, and I didn't believe her. But now I do, which is why I do it, because I didn't just fall into this. I was created for this. That's different. I have not just found something to do. I have found myself in helping other people out of the very bondages of addictions. For that to be said, that's all we do there, is we help people. We give them treatment. We give them an avenue. Does that mean everybody that comes to the crossings is successful? No. No facility could ever say that. But it doesn't mean that we give somebody an opportunity to be successful in your community or whatever communities they're coming from. Yes, that's what that means. I am very passionate about helping people out of the bondage, not only of addictions, of whatever it is that's affecting them. Because I, too, am an ordained pastor. I preach, I teach, I do what I do, because that's what I was created to do. And I was, too, at that meeting. And what Glenn said was true. Their whole shift was a shift when he mentioned veterans. Now, they didn't say, woohoo, and all that, but they did say, oh, that's different. It's not the veterans doing it, because we have veterans at our facility. It is a mindset. And the one picture that they showed me was none of our clients. There is no proof that it's our clients doing what they were doing. There is 3 homeless camps, and we've tracked them down intentionally. They're there. I think y'all all hear what I'm trying to say here. And again, I'm always going to be passionate about helping someone, if it's one person or 1,000 people, find themselves. Because at the end of the day, I want them to be able to sit up there. I want them to own their businesses. I want them to be able to do in life what they're called to do instead of, like me, being lost where they were lost at. Now I get to do this. I get to do this with great people. I could go on and on and on about these things, but I won't. So thank you so much for your time.
I'm compelled to come up here, and I'd like to be sworn in. Oh, absolutely. My name is Joe, Joseph Vasta. I'm a United States Army veteran. I'm under the Vietnam era. It took 50-something years for me to gain 11 years of sobriety. I've been in many treatment facilities since I came out of the Army. I've had a lot of problems, PTSD, manic depression, and I see doctors today that help me to put myself together with the help of God Almighty. Now, I know Jim and Dwayne for about 18 years, going on about 18 years, because I used to be in another facility called Harvest House. And that's where I started gaining my 11 years of sobriety. They gave me the tools to work with. And I latched on to these tools because I wanted to better myself. I knew what I was before, but I knew I could become something that God wanted me to be, was a better person. And to give back to society for 50-something years what I've stolen from you people. Okay, I was ruthless out there. I've been in your prisons 3 times. I've been up the road 3 times because I couldn't adhere to what I was supposed to become until I got into that facility. And I used the tools that they gave me. And this is where I stand today as a United States citizen, honorably discharged, in my right mind. And I serve at the crossings. I serve other veterans on the street. I've been to many of these commission meetings. I've been in Sarasota, I've been in front of commissioners where they put me on TV because I gave testimonies about homelessness and what can we do to compensate and what can we do better as a community. See, you guys and ladies that are sitting up there, you can better Manatee County. I just want to say that what this facility is all about is going to help people. We're not hurting anybody. I don't know what the community is all about. I lived there since February, and I've seen no damage done to any of the people around, nothing. And the traffic they're talking about is crazy. There's a 30-mile-an-hour zone down that street. Yeah, you might get 1 or 2 knuckleheads that want to speed down there, and half of them don't even belong to our facility. I'm just going to say that what's going on here is a travesty. We got veterans out there living on the streets that shouldn't even be living on the streets. They protected you guys, and I know my friend there said he's a veteran. We protected you. So I believe that we should get something compensated back to us. And this facility right here can do it. I have confidence in Jim Ruchis and Dwayne Porter. I have confidence that they can pull this together. And we cleaned that property up. We spent a lot of money, our money, cleaning that property up. I can't tell you how many times I went to the dump stuff, and to clean trees up, and all this other stuff that nobody wanted to come down here and help us. We didn't get no funding for that from FEMA or anybody else. We took it upon ourselves because we wanted to better the neighborhood. Thank you.
Mr. Vasco, before you go.
Yes, sir.
I am not anything unless I'm keeping the record straight. I know we all saw you get sworn in, but the testimony that you just provided, was that done under oath?
It's done under oath, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Daniel. I have been sworn in. Thank you. So, I would just like to speak of the Daniel Vowell, V as in Victor, O-W-E-L-L. Good afternoon. So, I remember hearing the reputation of Onico when I was growing up, and it never was a good reputation. I don't know if anybody agrees. You know, drug activity is nothing new to this area. So, I mean, give us a chance to give it a good reputation is what we're trying to do. Basically, a success story coming from Onico is unheard of. Now there's possibly an option for that to happen rather than just hearing about dope and the dope man in Onico. So everybody knows that that's nothing new. And another thing, we are all witnessing the decline of society. I'm not referring to the fires in California, but if you look at the activity that the drugs has caused to happen in California, it's undeniable. Are we just going to sit back and let it happen here in our neighborhood? I mean, if we have an option to make a change, we should step up and agree to these terms. And also, this man, Jim Ruchis, single-handedly taught me life skills, taught me how to recover, mindset, and how to scale a successful business. From coming from prison, I came from prison. I came from drug abuse. I was a broken man when I ran into this guy, and he built me up with the teachings of God, doing God's work, came into me, and he showed me a way and gave me a path. And if I was able to do this, believe me, any homeless man or any addict could put in the work and have the same results in life. So I just would like to say that. That's it. That's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Felicity Case. I've been sworn in. I am a second generation, 25-year-old Bradenton, Florida native. I was raised around nothing but addicts from the time that my mother was pregnant with me at 15 years old until I was 18 years old. I've witnessed countless of trials and tribulations in this community, being in foster care in this community. And then I met Jim Ruchis in a courtroom right across the street. When I turned 18, he came and vouched for me and gave me a second chance at life because I had never known anything but drugs and manipulation and how to survive. And Jim Ruchis taught me how to live. He taught me how to love other people just because they're people. And I wouldn't have that if it weren't for him. I would probably be in a homeless park on drugs with almost everybody else in this community. And in the 25 years that I've lived here in Bradenton, I have seen my community, my home where I grew up, just decline. And there is nobody here to help us. And people like Jim Ruchis gives people the opportunity to do that. I had a terrible mother, and I now have 3 beautiful children with my husband, and I am able to confidently look my children in the face and know that I am doing a good job and that I am loving them correctly because Jim Ruchis came and gave me a second chance. And there is nothing I will ever be able to do but the next right thing in order to repay him for surrendering his life to people like me. All we're asking for is a chance, because people can change. People can do it. And all these people that you see in this room are here because we're not just survivors, we're not just graduates. We support these newcomers in this program. We're here. My husband and I, we bring meetings and we help these people. My husband has given jobs to countless of newcomers into Jim Ruchis' program. My father, who is a severe alcoholic, who my children love and adore, is in Jim Ruchis' program currently. If Jim Ruchis' program doesn't continue, I will lose my father. My children will lose their pop-pop. And I can't bear to see that happen. So please, give them a chance. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Angela Haley. I'm nervous, but I've been sworn in, sorry.
And if you can get closer to the mic, that'd be
Okay.
phenomenal.
Okay. So I'm also a graduate from Jim. Jim married my husband and I 3 years ago. And if it wasn't for Jim, I wouldn't be standing here. However, the program that he's running at the end of the road, I go there once a week on Fridays. There's so much traffic coming in and out of that place, not us, but everywhere, other road, driveway that goes through is where I see people coming from. The first time I was introduced to that neighborhood, I was going to get narcotics. The Salvation Army on the corner, there's always homeless people. It's not the program at the end, it's the scapegoat that everyone in the neighborhood gets to use to make a point, I guess you could say. The world is full of evil. And instead of just going into your own home and trying to regulate or be honest and loving and all that other good stuff that we do, we're not doing. And we cast blame on everything that goes on around us to make it easier instead of accepting. I had to accept that I was an addict. And I fought the program. I fought the program forever because I didn't have faith or believe in myself, and Jim gave me that. Now I get to run $1 million company. I have my children in my life. My mom actually speaks to me, and she wrote me off. So, I mean, it's just, I'm shaking, I'm sorry. The outside world is scared of the unknown. And people who don't understand addiction are scared of it because they don't understand it. And they're not willing to take a minute to sit down and talk to an addict who's trying to do something different for themselves. Because yes, when we are in active addiction, 90% of us are ruthless and we will do whatever it takes to get our next fix. But the just of us that are in these programs that are trying to get right are gonna do whatever it takes to not do what we've been doing our whole lives to get to where we are. If you think about it, every halfway house, every woman's halfway house, every man's halfway house, they put them in these neighborhoods where they're not, let's say lower grade, you know what I'm saying? And it's always about drugs. They put halfway houses right in neighborhoods where all the narcotics are and expect people to get clean. Now, Jim's found a place where there's, you know, it's got its walls around it to keep people safe. And that's what they do. They protect everybody. They sit there and they listen when you want to cry. They'll hold on to your hand, take you for a walk, whatever you need to do. Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. It kills me to know that people are trying to shut this man down. This man is trying to help the world grow into something beautiful where people aren't killing each other trying to get high. This neighborhood at the end where they're at, it's been run with narcotics long before Jim's program got there. So that's all.
Hi, my name's Laura Comp, and I raised my hand and swore that I'd tell the truth. I've lived in this neighborhood for 30 years, and the cottages are my back door neighbor. And I love my house. I went to Manatee High School. I've worked in hospitals serving this community for 42 years. My concern, I have a best friend that went through rehab. It's not like I don't believe in rehab. It's just my concern for the ones that aren't making it in the program that are right behind my house. I'm worried for my safety, for the ones that can't make the right decisions and they're desperate. That's my concern. Is it the right location? It's a half-mile road, dead-ended, in between 200 houses. Can you make another road that goes into the facility? I mean, it's logistics and proximity, and I am totally on the side of rehab and veterans. But it's my house that I've just recently retired, and I can't afford to move someplace else. So those are my concerns. Thanks.
Ma'am? How long have you lived in that community?
30 years.
Okay. Over the 30 years, how's the crime been for you? Have you felt safe? At least as safe as you could be in a home?
At times I have not felt safe, but it wasn't because of this, but
Okay. Would you
there
mind?
was a period of time that there were transient people going up and down 24th Street. I don't know when the homeless that were back there and this took over, but I definitely noticed a huge change.
Okay,
And I can't say what was what.
sure.
I just,
So you're not really seeing that transient traffic
no,
now,
that
right?
has changed.
Yes, ma'am.
That has changed.
Okay.
It's still there, but it's not to the degree that it was.
Okay.
And I had people squat in an empty house across the street from me for a while. I was very afraid.
Sure.
So, homelessness is scary. It's scary for the people that are homeless, I would imagine. I've picked them up and taken them places before.
Are you along 24th, or are you in one of the side communities that I see as kind of a big square?
I'm in the back.
Inside the square? if
Manatee
you will?
Cottages, if I look out the back of my house, is right there.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you for coming today, ma'am.
Yeah. I hope everybody gets a good decision out of all this.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody.
I've been sworn. My name's Adam Case. Jim Rushes and his leadership in residential treatment has had a major impact on my life. I spent 15 years of my life in drug addiction. Having the desire to quit was just never enough, until I met Jim and his whole team of superheroes. And that's exactly what they are. Teaching basic knowledge about how to stay clean and be a successful member of society. Like many others, the start of my freedom began in residential treatment. A real quick testimony, I went from being homeless and addicted to drugs to residential treatment, where I learned life skills, how to live without drugs. I was able to start my own successful business. I got married. I have 2 kids from previous back in my life and 3 more kids. And of course, my beautiful wife. A year and a half ago, I bought my first house out of Mayaca on 2 acres. My kids love playing in the yard with the chickens and the pigs. And my life is so amazing right now. And it's all because of this team sitting here. These are the people who did it, who gave me that second chance because I had somewhere to go. And I also have somewhere else to go right now. I got to go get my kids. Because me and my wife are here, and nobody's going to be able to pick them up. So I'll see y'all later. We need you guys. It works. Love you, Jim.
My name is Matt Landry. I have been sworn in when she did it earlier. I found recovery in little backstory. I spent more time incarcerated from 11 to 33 than I spent at home. My drug addiction brought me 2 incarcerations. Manatee County opened up the recovery pod and gave me a view of hope. And then when I came home after prison, Jim Rushes and his staff taught me how to live a life, taught me how to balance a checkbook. I had never had a loan, never had, pick it up a little, sorry boss. You could have just waved at me, I would have got it.
You were on a roll.
But they taught me how to live a life. They taught me how to support the people around me. Since then, I've gotten out. Me and my wife have started a very successful, pretty successful roofing and construction company. I've actually done repairs on this building here. When you guys had troubles with the drains, they gave me a call, we fixed them. Then they got a little upset with me after Ian when I couldn't make it. So my life today, I give to the people that Recovery Pod and people like Jim Rushes who come out and don't just turn their back when they're done. They go back to the recovery community and try and lift the next person up. Thank you.
I'm kind of used to a microphone. My name's William Weeks. I've been sworn in, and I hold great regard for Jim Rushes and Dwayne Porter and what they're trying to do at the crossings. And I come over here to Manatee in Sarasota County about 25 years ago. And as I sat out there on Winter Park, a little pavilion there, it really come into my heart to say, you know, I want to start feeding people. I really want to start feeding people. And it just got into my heart and into my soul to start feeding people. Then before I knew it, Whitaker Park had like 200 people in there. I had a wagon and I cut the side out. It was a lawn trailer wagon. I cut the side out of it and I put a door in it so I could flap it down and put some cookware in there. Before I know it, the whole park's full of people I'm feeding. I said, boy, I'm liking this. This is getting good to me. And I'm going to tell you something right now. I used to have an addiction back then. I come over here, I got into a program. I found God. I found the Lord Jesus Christ in that finding. And I started watching this Pastor Minor, and it intrigued me. It intrigued me to the core of my heart. And, you know, I said, you know, I'd love to have the opportunity to preach. Could I become a preacher? Would that be possible for me? What does that look like for me? And I started writing a board up there in Minnesota. And they said, yeah, you can become a preacher, but I need all these request forms from people that you know. And I'm starting to think about all these people that I know. And I go to all of them. I said, could you write me a little letter? Could you just put on it something good for me? I could send to this review board. And they said, yes, we could. And it started out there at Longboat Key when I was building 2 5-story condos. And me and Dwayne Porter would get on the bus and we'd go out there and transit on out there to our job. For 3 years, I had that job out there. And I'm going to tell you something. Finally, the board up there said, you know something? You've had a lot of letters sent in to us. You must know a lot of people, and all them people would send something in for me. I'm a pastor today, and I say that with pride and with dignity. It took a lot for me to get to that position right there, and I hold it today. And I was on Whitfield over here. I had a church over here for the last 2 years with a little food bank inside of it, and I get food from Manatee Food Bank up here, and I feed the community, and I reach out to everybody that needs food. If you need food, I'm your connection. Oh, I'll get you food. If you call me, it's right there on my phone. You can go to Salvation Army. My phone number's in Salvation Army. You call me, I'll stop what I'm doing. I'll go get you food because I worry about people that don't have food. And I've come over here to Crossings, and I brought that food with me when I left over here at Whitfield Avenue. And it's at the Crossings there now. I can go there and get people food because I have a little room there. I got this little key. I can go in this door, and it's full of food for people. Not only their clients, but people out here in our community that don't have food. I'm proud today to be able to serve in an area to where I can help our community and help the people out there because there's thousands of them without homes. And I heard today, starting early this morning, all these contractors getting low-budget rentals. I'm going to tell you something right now. On the figures that I heard today on the price tags of a rent, $1,700, $1,800 a month. You can go to Crossings a lot cheaper than that. I had a guy 3, 4 weeks, 5 weeks ago working with me on a job. I dig lakes now. I dig a lot of lakes, 4 subdivisions and drainage. And he was working with me. He said, you know, the only reason I went to Crossings, all I could afford. It was all I could afford. Everything else I checked in on, I didn't have but $300 or $400 on me. So I'm going to tell you something. If you'll think about these 2 gentlemen putting this thing in motion here, I'm going to tell you something. It's going to bless the community that's around that region right there. And God knows it needs a facility like that to be a blessing for the community. And I'm asking you today in the most nicest way, every one of you, and I appreciate you giving me the time. Think about it. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Greg Benjamin. I hope you can all hear me okay. I'm told my voice carries a little bit.
Have you been
Thank
sworn, Mr. Benjamin?
I have been sworn, I swear to be sworn. So, like I said, my name is Greg Benjamin. I am a licensed life and health insurance broker here in the area. My wife and I are partners with the Crossings, and we support them. And I'm not a counselor. I'm not a previous addict. I'm a semi-skilled guy. And in my time with the Crossings, what I've witnessed is hard to describe. It's unfathomable. The growth that I'm witnessing in people's lives, the turnaround, the self-reflection is just awe-inspiring, and I don't feel worthy to describe it. I don't feel like I'm qualified to describe it to you, but I've been asked to speak. This facility is a safe haven to so many people. They don't have a place to go. I've had countless people tell me, I can't go home because I'll go back to what I was before, and what I was before was not good. They share with me, they just completely let go of all of their, secret. I was not a good person, is what they'll tell me. I did bad things. But when I met Dwayne and or Jim or both, they said, all that changed. Them and the facility, the team has taught me to be a better person. And to see the pride in these people, it's just something I can't describe to you enough. And I challenge anyone in this room, spend an evening with me out on the Crossings. I'll take you in undercover. I will. They'll never know who you are. And you experience what I experience. Because there's a lot of nights I drive out of there, and I am just an emotional wreck. I mean, I am a little girl driving up that road. By the way, that road is pitch black at night. There's one light. So you could be Dick Van Dyke walking up the road, and you're going to look like a suspicious character. You're going to be questionable. So the population of this place is incredibly mixed. And some people look a little rough. I'll just call a spade. That's not for me. I'm up here. I've been up here all day waiting for this. So,
Well, I will say this, Mr. Benjamin, to the extent that you can, keep it to 3 minutes, because we have to be consistent with everybody, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
I am. But the background of these people is all over the place. And I've had to take that in consideration. Because I was raised in a typical middle-class, rural upbringing on a farm, and I had always had a meal. I was never abused. I had grandparents. I had parents. I moved once in my childhood. And what I hear from these people is completely different. One parent, maybe no grandparents, maybe no aunts and uncles. There's abuse. There's all kinds of things going on. And I've had to learn to take that into consideration. I've had to learn to look past the roughness. And what I see today is love. What I see today in these people is just, like I said before, awe-inspiring. I see humbleness. I see people learning to be forgiven and to forgive others and to work with one another. Because as a lot of them have said, I didn't want to come here. This isn't what I dreamed to be doing, but it's where I need to be. And I'm learning to be a better person. But what the public doesn't see there, what they don't see are the skilled trade professionals that drive in at 25 mile an hour in a 30 mile an hour zone. They don't see the clerical people. They don't see the people that are properly presented that are our residents. And they're there every day. This ministry is taking people that have an addiction problem and they're nurturing them back to physical and spiritual and mental health to be respectable citizens. I can't stress to you how that's enforced. And to respond to some of the comments made earlier from the neighbors, we have a code of conduct there that if you're going to act up, you're gone. It's not tolerated. And furthermore, hang on, I'm with you. I know I need to get out of here.
We have to be respectful of other people. And if you're with the applicant, because you said you're a partner, so if you're with the applicant gets an opportunity to rebut at the end.
I
So if you
understand,
could,
but I
again,
will.
out of respect to the other people that
I
need
will.
to testify, we give 3 minutes
Okay.
to citizens that are interested in, and you've elapsed that time now. Please wrap it up if you could.
Okay, in closing, this facility shows people how to be law-abiding citizens. They're teaching people forgiveness. They're teaching people how to respect themselves and others. They're showing love and humility. I can't stress that enough. Again, I challenge anyone to spend time with me out there. I'll be glad to take any time. Thank you, God bless you, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bobby Tackett, and I've been sworn in. So I'm a born and raised Manatee County, 86. I don't know about you guys, but the growth has been substantial. I was born and raised around Oneiko and in Oneiko, and the crime and drug use has always been there prior to the crossings being there. Me being one of those people. I was a criminal, and I was a bigger threat when I was homeless than before I got in recovery. And one of my children's mothers was in that homeless camp that was on that property prior to the crossings taking over. So the nuisance that is being brought to that, they're a nuisance. I can attest that that is not who they are. I am a changed person to this day because of them. 7 years ago, I was homeless. I was strung out. I had no custody of my kids. Today, I own a multi-million-dollar fence company with custody of every one of my children. And I am in a company that is actually contracted to put up that fence for them. So, and I've gone down that neighborhood. It's a thing for me now. I see fences. There's a lot of fences on that street that is a nuisance if you look at it. And property overgrown. They have changed that property. They've worked hard. I employ several people from that property to come work for me. And if there's any judgment in that on questionable things, I reach out because I'm a no tolerance. The majority of, about 90% of my staff are all recovering addicts or come from prison. If at any point I question it, they are not welcome on my property. And I report immediately to Jim or Dwayne regarding that. So that's my testimony.
Thank you.
My name's Carrie Cruz. I was not sworn in, so I was sorry, I'm sorry, I wasn't going to speak, but.
Anyone else need to be sworn in? All right, do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you will present to the planning commission are truthful and accurate?
I do, yes. Am I allowed to show something here quickly?
If so, they keep it.
Oh, it can't be on my phone?
No, unless you want to give us your phone with your imaging on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just wanted to show you, I don't know all the rules and regulations, but I wanted to show you that the same, like homeless-looking people that we may see in that area, disheveled, disheveled, all of those things. I was one of those people, and I was just going to show you the extent of that and who I am today. And more importantly, I think that, y'all have heard plenty of testimonies, but most importantly, I came to do this as I honor him, because his leadership has helped me become who I am today. And today, I'm a single mom, and my daughter's 8 years old. I have been clean from methamphetamine for 9 years. About 9 years ago, I removed substances out of my life, but just because I removed the substances doesn't mean that I truly got to walk in freedom. But I'm a product of who he's talking about and who this leadership stands for, and what they do for others. And just because I was that homeless-looking person that was all over the place, been to prison, treatment centers multiple times, just because I was that doesn't mean I did not deserve an opportunity to change my life around. And it took multiple opportunities. You know, I didn't get it right on the first time. I didn't get it right on the second time. But people like Dwayne continued, as they continue to give people opportunities, and second chances, third chances, and what they stand for. That's what helped me eventually change my life. Today, I own my own small business, but I'm also employed with the Crossings. And so I've taken my story through the help of Jim and Dwayne and their leadership, and what they stand for. I've taken my story and my testimony, and I now get to use it to help others hopefully come out of the addictions that they're struggling with. And again, I'm a single mom who, just like Felicity, I also get to be a good mom today. And that was not something that I think was ever in the works for me. 9 years ago, everyone had counted me out. There was no hope left for me. And I get to stand here today, walking in that freedom and walking in who I was created to be, because of Jim and because of Dwayne and what he's done in my life. So everybody deserves a couple opportunities, more than one, and everything that they stand for is what this community needs and every community needs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just by a show of hands, who else is left that wants to speak? All right, cool, very good.
I was sworn. Yeah. Excuse me. I've lived here most of my life. Moved in 1957 with my family. 1957 with my family.
And did you state your name for the record?
My name is Chris Coffin.
Thank you. And again, you were sworn.
Yep, I was sworn.
Perfect.
Lived here since 1957. Came down on the train with my family. Worked in Sarasota most of my life in the banking business. Had my own companies, several companies. I ran into Jim Rusha at a retreat. My concern is how do we replace him? How do we get another Jim Rusha's who's got the heart that he has for the lost and the broken, the ones that no one wants to take care of, to help. Your brothers, your sisters, your parents. I've never had a problem with drugs or alcohol. I met Jim 15 years ago at a retreat, and I have to tell you, he's the real deal. I just wish we could replicate him. I wish we could have facilities like this all over the place. He is the real deal. And the program isn't perfect, but when I listen to your commissioner, the chairman of your commission, speak about the money that this county is spending to take care of vets, right there, he takes care of vets. We need to support him and anything he's involved in. And I just hope that he replicates what he's doing because there's such a huge need. And I love this guy like you can't imagine. I've heard his testimony, and I'll tell you, If you could hear his testimony, you wouldn't believe it. You'd all be weeping. Okay?
Thank you, sir. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. questions for the applicant? Probably none.
Oh, yeah.
That's the applicant.
Question, how many facilities are there where you're currently offering this program residentially? From what I understand on your website, there's 3.
We have 3 campuses currently, correct. We closed one recently, which had our shelter program in it.
Okay, so to clarify, should this not get approved, your program does not shut down, you just lose beds?
Should this not get approved, our program does not shut down. However,
Service
placement
level is
of
impacted.
Yeah, there's a lot of logistics and complications. If that were to happen, obviously you're talking about, 50, 60 lives, whatever, that need to continue treatment. Facilities don't just keep beds open for continued treatment. So, you have a real issue with continuing the therapy and treatment or regressing back into severity of disease and dealing with the consequences of discontinuing treatment.
Okay, and then the Salvation Army at the entrance to 24th, that is not a housing facility or anything, correct? That is strictly a resource center?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, help me out here, okay? I'm not sure if I'm alone up here, but I'm completely disagreeing with staff on this. From my perspective, I don't even see why you're here today other than there are apparently some code violation complaints which led to where we're at today. From where I sit, I see some blessings here, number one. For the community, I do see blessings. But I'm curious as to your opinion in terms of, I see potentially 2 paths. One path is just to move forward with the approval, right? That would be kind of quick and painless, but I don't know what that does in terms of the language to the ordinance that is ambiguous or just not written correctly that kind of led us here. So I'm wondering the larger fix is instead of requiring you to go through this process for approval, should it have been a county-initiated matter to clean up the ordinance so that it is not even an issue for the applicant? Does that make sense? I'm kind of speaking to you guys and to Rachel a little bit at the same time. I
Okay, this
apologize.
is Patricia Petra, for the record, I have been sworn. I think it could have gone down that path. It didn't. We've spent a lot of time and money to get here. We have agreed to the stipulations. We're putting up a fence. The nice North River fence man was here. I have a signed contract for $23,000 for that fence. The hurricane hit this hard. We spent $70,000 in cleanup already. So I think that train has left the station,
That's
so
what
to
I'm wondering.
speak.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I have the staff report from that meeting here, and during my rebuttal, I would like to kind of read some of that staff report to you, because the language in that ordinance is just odd. And I didn't do that PDR zoning, so I can't even blame myself. I mean, God knows I've written some bad language in my lifetime, but this was not one of them.
I will note, yes, I tend to agree generally with what you started with. I was surprised we got here. I thought we were doing something relatively straightforward and simple by just adding some uses to an already approved development order. As I said, I was wrong, apparently. And I agree with Patty, I think, yes, we could go down this, but there's a good chance we'd end up in litigation. We don't want to end up in litigation. We're not threatening litigation, by the way. But I think, we were heading in a direction where it looked like that was a possibility. And so I think trying to move it forward, working with the county to resolve the issues, I think this will resolve the issues so we can move forward with a good project.
Is there any additional questions for the applicant?
I believe Mr. Bauer, though, had a question or part of it to Rachel as well. Did you need to interject at this point?
Not necessarily.
And then I do want to interject on one point because you did bring it up, Mr. Bauer. You've heard testimony today related to like things that would be akin to like a public nuisance, right? There's a separate process for dealing with public nuisances. We have code enforcement mechanisms. There's more draconian methods availing yourselves of injunctions, things like that through the court. That is a completely separate process, and there's different ways to go about that. I'm going to go back to the analogy that I made earlier about the very narrow prism. Your very narrow prism goes back again to, did you hear competent substantial evidence on the record regarding compliance with the comprehensive plan and the review standards of the land development code? Stick to that and use your decision based on what you've heard on the record today on those issues, and keep stuff that should be separate to the best that you can. Does that make sense?
I completely agree. Number one, I didn't bring up the code violation matter. That came up in staff presentation, if not mistaken.
Yes,
So
and I think you referenced it, so
Right.
if I misspoke, you referenced it, so that's what I mentioned.
My real reason for mentioning is that because if there's so many code violations, there's actually one person here speaking out against this project. So that didn't make sense to me. And number two, again, as I look at it from a legal standpoint, there's a number of ways to go about this, which does not include approving or disapproving this project. Continuance could be option for more information and all these other things that wouldn't potentially jeopardize the applicant to the extent that they agree that didn't jeopardize the applicant. Does that make sense? So, that's all.
Okay.
Sorry.
Can we move this forward?
Yeah.
Or staff closing arguments?
Do I get a rebuttal after that?
Yes, ma'am.
In cross-examination after that?
I think it's obviously up to the chairman, but to the extent that you could be efficient and cross-examine and get rebuttal all in one, that would be fantastic, but I shall defer to the chairman on how he would like to handle that, because he is, how did you put it earlier, Mr. Barnaby? He's got the
I got the gavel.
condolences, I guess, on his chairmanship, yeah.
Rachel Layton for staff, and I have been sworn. So I do appreciate all of the comments that were shared today by the citizens and the folks that have been helped with this facility, and the work that they're doing to help the community. And when we did tour that facility, we saw that they were trying to do good work. It's just a change of use, and so I want to go through just a couple of specific things, because I want to let you know that staff is not opposed to providing a residential treatment facility in our community or even at this location, in so much it needs to comply with the current regulations. That's the point of having planning staff and development services review team. And so please understand that we are tasked with doing a job that requires us to review the comprehensive plan and land development code, go back and do as much historical research as we can on things, and when we get ordinances that say it can't be this and it can't be this, but says nothing else as to what it can be, it is very difficult for staff almost 30 years later to understand what may have been going on in those previous discussions. And so I really at some point was hoping that Ms. Petroff was the applicant so that maybe she could have told us what had happened in 1997, because I didn't move here till 1998. And while my father is a veteran and probably could have used these services over the years, I want to make note that the application does not request transitional housing, emergency shelters, shelter for veterans. It's wonderful that they're including veterans in their program, but we're not trying to hurt the veterans of our community in any way with the testimony that's been provided today. And it's unfortunate that that's some of the comments that you're hearing. So the code enforcement case will be resolved upon successful resolution of the zoning application. Staff has not shut down the operation of the residential treatment facility. They're ongoing, serving the community and doing the cleanup work that's necessary to convert that assisted living facility to a residential treatment facility. And so during my site visit, they were moving all of the things that were left over from the assisted living facility to the dumpster. That's part of the process, right? And again, staff is tasked with reviewing the application against the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. And there were some gaps in the application that left us with too many questions to be able to feel comfortable giving an opinion. And I also want to reiterate that the staff reports for the last several years have not had staff's professional opinion in them at the request of the board. We provide a motion for approval and a motion for denial, and we write the staff report as technically as possible. So asking for staff's opinion on such a controversial item where there is lacking information is a very difficult position to be in. So whether the term that we use is abandonment, nonconformity, expired PSP, or change of use, there needed to be a new zoning ordinance for this facility to continue to operate with the residential treatment facility use or an assisted living facility use. And so we worked with the applicant to create a general development cover plan and use their survey as their site plan that had dimensions on it so that they could show how they're in conformance with the Land Development Code even today. I do also want to point out that in the 1990 Land Development Code, this is another place where that previous zoning ordinance is very confusing because the 1990 LDC requires a residential treatment facility to have access onto a collector road, but a group care facility did not. So again, that stipulation is very unclear and it leaves us lacking 30 years later. So what we're presenting to you is to make a decision based on the technical information, all of the data that you've heard today, all of the testimony you've heard today, and as Camilo Soto said, based on the narrow focus of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code, whether to recommend approval or denial of a new ordinance for this property. And again, staff has been asked several times not to provide those opinions to the boards. And so I would just respectfully ask that staff's time and attention to detail on this report be given the due respect it deserves.
Ms. Layton, I will correct just one thing. So we do rely on staff for expert testimony and expertise in planning, but we've
Yes.
asked staff to refrain from recommending, I think, action, I think is but the expertise is still necessary for purposes of a quasi-judicial hearing.
During 2 different hearings, we've been told no opinion.
I will say that in a quasi-judicial hearing, we rely on urban planners for
Expert
expertise.
testimony, absolutely.
Yep. So I will leave it at that.
Okay.
Yeah, I always thought that was interesting, reading the staff reports, in that they'd say, in staff's opinion, it may be found. It was like a double no opinion kind of thing. Now at least I understand the language.
And we do have other staff members from other departments, including public safety, if you have other questions. And I'm happy to answer any questions that Ms. Petrov has now that I've given our closing statement. Any other questions?
Not a question, just a statement. I just want to make sure if I seem disrespectful in any way with my questioning, there was no disrespect meant. I understand how hard you guys work. So if I am wrong, if I was wrong, I'm saying I was wrong. So I want to apologize for that. When my legal head gets working and I start asking questions, I can understand how it could come across that way. But I meant zero ill intention to you, staff, or anybody else, if that makes sense. So hope you accept my apology if that was the case, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would be interested to hear public safety's opinion or study on the matter.
Okay.
Public safety.
And Mr. Crutchfield, to the extent that you're going to show anything that might be on your computer, if you could provide it in document form so you don't have to give the clerk's office your computer, that would be phenomenal.
Sure,
Or
thank
you
you.
could provide
Thank
it
you, sir.
later.
I was just going to read off my computer if that's okay.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, James Crutchfield, for the record, Deputy Director of Public Safety. I did have the opportunity to run some, I have been sworn, thank you. I did have the opportunity to run some review of our CAD data. CAD data, just for your information, is anytime someone calls 911, we're able to kind of review and analyze those reasons for someone to call 911. That is all I have prepared to talk to you about today, and then I can just read some information if that's okay. Okay. Okay, so I did a report back from 2020, if that's okay to start with that information, and then we'll just go annually. 2020, there was a total of 420 incidents, with the majority of those incidents being sick calls, with 129 of those, and 128 of those incidents were fall-related calls. The calls were predominantly split between EMS calls for service and fire department calls for service. 2021, a total of 395 calls. That's a little bit of a decrease from the year that I just shared with you. The falls were the most common request for service, followed by sick-related calls. There also was a little bit of an increase for Manatee County Sheriff's Office. They had total of 38 calls for service. 2022, there's a total of 512 calls for service. That's a 29.6% increase from 21. Again, fall and sick-related calls were very similar, dispersed amongst those call distributions. 2023, there was a total of 49 calls for service. That was a significant decrease from 22. But what was kind of important to note in this distribution of calls were out of those 49, 40 of those were MSO-related calls, and 4 of them were medical-related calls. 2024, there's a total of 154 incidents. And again, that's trending upward from the previous year in 23. What's to be denoted here is 32 of those calls for service were kind of scheduled appointments through the community paramedic program, where social workers and nurse practitioners and nurses will go out and provide some levels of service based off of individual needs that are here at this place of business. 77 calls were MSO related, and 50 of those were 911 related incidents. I did just want to maybe note that there was a significant increase from 23 to 24, almost 3 times the amount of calls for 911 related services. And then the monthly average of those calls, so the demand it puts on the pre-hospital system for our emergency responders, is about 12.8 incidents a month. I'm happy to answer any questions.
How big an area are we talking about? Is this for the property or census tract, or
This is for this address.
this address? Okay.
Mhm.
This information that you just exchanged with us, just as a point of clarification, is this just in general for that area, or does this have to do with that facility?
It's the facility, sir.
Okay.
Facility to the property, because they weren't even exchanging business until September 2023.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I pulled it back previous to kind of showcase the information that the way it was previously operating and then the way it's operating now. So it's an address. So
So the
inside the
property.
CAD, it's a CAD. So if you were to call 911 from CVS, right, it gets a common place name, and inside the CAD, it's a common place name. So it's just an address.
Any additional questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Applicant, closing comments?
I'd like to ask, Patricia Petra for the record, before I start my closing comments, I'd like to ask Ms. Henry a couple of questions. Come on up. I think you need to be on the record, ma'am.
I guess since we are recording, if you could ask your question into the mic and then give space to Ms. Henry so she can answer also on the mic, and I guess you
Yes,
guys can
sir.
share one mic logistically the best you can.
You talked about the definition of abandonment. Was that the definition in today's code or the definition from some other code? Was it today's definition or 1990s definition?
What I defined earlier for abandonment, that comes from our code today.
Thank you.
Mhm.
With respect to your timeline, I just note for the record that I disagree with your timeline, and I'll go out into that more during my rebuttal. You had abandonment in, I think, 1997, and you made distinctions between abandonment and nonconformities. What did you base, besides a PDR zoning change, what did you base the abandonment on? Did you check the licensing for the facilities? Because an assisted living facility, if that's what it was in 1997, could also have a dual license for other type of treatment. So I'm just curious, you were very adamant about, you had a red dot on your timeline.
Ms. Petroff, are you testifying or are you
No,
are you cross-examining?
I'm trying to get to the question.
Okay.
What made you put that red dot on the timeline in 1997? What did you use to make that determination?
The red dot was to establish the time in which the use was deemed abandoned, and the other red dot was to establish when the use was discontinued. As our code states, if there is just one part of the code in which you're not in compliance with, you're now deemed to be a non-conforming use. If you are a non-conforming use for over a year, you do have to come back into compliance. So because we did not acknowledge the assisted living facility as a use that is permitted by the code, from the time it is an assisted living facility, from that period it was under Presbyterian, the time started ticking. Once it got to 1 year, you're now a discontinuation of that non-conforming use.
So let me understand, is it your testimony that the assisted living facility use was never a permitted use?
If you look at the code, for back in 1997, they have group care home. Group care home, back then, is the word that was used to define what is today considered an assisted living facility. If you look at the zoning ordinance, it does state that they actually try to have the residential treatment facility. Now, the applicant did make an effort to have the residential treatment facility changed to an assisted living facility, or what is called a group care home back then. There was a stipulation that was put into the zoning ordinance to prohibit the group care home. There is no in-depth information as to why the stipulation was put into that zoning ordinance, prohibiting them from being a group care home, but yet it still stands that that stipulation was in the zoning ordinance of 97.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have the staff report for 1997. The staff report goes on in great detail about a residential treatment facility has already been deemed to be an appropriate use at that location. The staff report says that a group living home is a less intensive use than a residential treatment facility and therefore is an appropriate use. The staff report talks about, the stipulation says activities allowed, activities. I'm not sure what they were talking about when they said the word activities, but the statement actually says activities allowed for residential treatment facilities but prohibited for group home cares shall not be allowed. So what all that tells me is that if you're going to be an assisted living facility, you can't also be in a residential treatment facility, but you can do one or the other. That's what that tells me. I have not listened to the tapes, if indeed we still have the tapes. Attached to these minutes are the board of directors of the people who were on the board of Manatee Glens at the time. Several of those people are still alive. Joanne Duke is still alive. Ann Scheffler Douglas is still alive. Rob Elliott is still alive, and I'm sure there's others on the, Tom Nolan is still with us. So, we have the ability to go back and ask these people what they think really happened at that meeting if we don't have the tapes. But I agree with your staff, with Rachel, that language is so horrible that none of us can understand what it means. I don't think either use was abandoned. The fact that somebody puts furniture into the dumpster, all that means to me is I'm getting new furniture. I mean, I've had trash pickup for furniture. We have lots of snowbirds that only live here 6 months a year. And in 46 years, I have never gotten a letter from Manatee County telling me that one of my property owners' clients has somehow abandoned their property. And if we drive around Manatee County right now, we can maybe find some properties that maybe we all might think would be abandoned. During the foreclosure crisis in 2008, nothing. We weren't sending out notices that people abandoned properties. So I have a problem with that term being used today with respect to this issue. The reason we are here today is this is the path of least resistance to have a fully built property that has been found twice by Manatee County to be in compliance with its zoning regulations and its comprehensive plans to get that back into place. We're not changing any of the housing, any of the square footage, any of the beds, any of the number of beds. It makes no sense to me, but I understand we've got this lane we have to drive through. The issue that is causing a problem for us is that, and your staff and I disagree about when the language was put into the code. I did a search today. I believe it was put into the code, about being on a collector road in Ordinance 1905 on February 7th, 2019. That's when I looked through your online when language changed for that specific section. So if that's correct, that was 22 years later, and no notice was given to any residential treatment facility, and I think group homes got caught up in that too. I'm not sure because I don't have my code book with me, but there was no due process for any of those facilities who may have been caught up with that particular language. It was a generic code change. And those facilities are very easy to find because they all have licenses by the state of Florida. It's not like we couldn't have found them to give them due process. So we're here today to try to get a interpretation or have the county commission or this board or both boards to make a policy decision that we can get a waiver of that particular requirement that we have to be on a collector road. This facility has not had any issues until of late. I mean, in 2023, the reasons, I suppose, I actually expected maybe higher numbers because there was a homeless camp there. The facility was not in service in most of 2023. We went back under contract with the crossings in November of 2023. So we were down for 10 months. With respect to a racetrack, our clients currently, only 20% of them have cars. We don't have a lot of cars there. So I don't know who's going up and down that street. There are quite a few homes, and turnoffs to go. But that can be handled with a sign that says no outlet, because if you're trying to get to that industrial parking, you go down that street, you hit my client's property. That can be handled with speed bumps on the road. There are other opportunities to deal with that complaint. We will agree, we have no particular problem with the stipulations. We have already agreed to put up the fence. We have adequate landscaping. I don't know why anybody thinks that we abandon our utilities. I don't think the meters were removed. I don't know. But if the facility was closed for 10 months from December of 2022 to November of 2023, 11 months, then yes, the water use would go way down, as would the sewer use. My clients haven't told me that they had to do anything but turn the water and sewer lines, water and sewer service back on. So we've heard comments about maybe we're not compatible with the neighborhood. I think we are. I mean, I can't remember the lady's name. She said she feels safer now than she did when the homeless were there, and I'm sure she does. We have standard operating procedures that require a lot of accountability from our clients. We have a 6:30 curfew, so they're not out there wandering the streets at night. They are not. I don't know who might be, but they are not. I would just like a few more minutes to wrap up. Thank you.
Be brief.
We have a 9-page application that gets vetted by all of the personnel on campus, and there's usually an interview. So we are trying the best we can to provide a much-needed service to residents in Manatee County, people who live here, who have had problems with maybe drugs, maybe alcohol, maybe just anxiety or mental illness. It's a hard world these days. It's a really hard world. So I respectfully request that you approve this and send it on to the county commission for action. If we get the waiver for that one section about the connector street, I think we would be in compliance. We are set back from the neighborhood. We will have a fence. We have a lot of landscaping. And I'm happy to give Joe Roche's business card out to everybody in a half-mile radius. If they have any problem, they can call him, and he will fix it. So I respectfully request that you approve this application today so that this property can be put back to productive use. It doesn't do anybody any good to allow it to remain empty. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This time, let's deliberate and make a decision.
I'll make this as brief as possible. I come from a unique position. My husband is Air Force veteran. My father was an Air Force veteran, POW in World War II, and I am a mother of a recovering drug addict. These programs, unfortunately, men seem to be the throwaways of society. There are very few programs that support them. The fact that you reserve beds for veterans, thank you. Thank you for that. I know programs like this, money is very, very limited. Is there a possible way that you could maybe get with staff to see, since they say it doesn't conform, the buildings aren't conforming to the characteristics of the neighboring neighborhoods?
So, Ms. Prosser, just wanted to make sure, are you doing deliberation or are you opening back, open the testimony part of the hearing? If
No,
you
I'm
do
just-
that, you got to give that opportunity. If it's a rhetorical question, then feel free.
It's
to keep-
rhetorical.
Okay, got it.
Sorry. Just possibly get with them and see what could be done. But thank you for programs like this. I find that they're very important.
Well, of course, I'll throw my 2 cents in it, but I'm in favor of this. I don't think you should have been here in the first place. To the extent that you needed to be to get some special approvals, I mean, this property has been operating like this for 30 years, something like that. I see it beneficial to the community. I think that this organization can work with community and make this place, the whole community, better. You know, this Board of County Commissioners over the years have given so many special approvals to so many people. If there's one special approval in my mind to provide, this is it. So to the extent that I've had people on my side to help approve this and just push this through and get this done so you can get your sponsors and, you know, your money backers and everything on board so that it's done deal. I hope that's the case. Otherwise, I think there's a lot more work to be done if I don't have the support to get this approved. So I'll be making that motion to approve.
And I'll be making that motion to second. I just have to mirror what my fellow commissioner has said. You know, this is the right thing to do. This is the right thing to do. You know, we were appointed to be up here to represent our community and to, you know, follow the rules and make sure things are done the right way. There's no reason for you to even be here. This is the right thing to do. And I just want to go on record on saying that, and that's my 2 cents. And I definitely am going to approve this, so thank you.
The work that you guys do is undeniable, and I think we heard that through testimony today. And I'm sorry that this is on a property that has had a 40-year problematic issue, but in response to Commissioner Bauer's earlier comment about, well, we only had one testimony from the public here today as to, you know, issues with the property. I think that lends to a deeper issue that we don't allow call-in comments to this board. The majority of people living in that neighborhood, I grew up going to school just down the street. That neighborhood is full of mostly blue-collar families who are not able to take off of work, especially after coming right out of the holidays. They don't have PTO. Many of them have written in. They attended the neighborhood workshop meeting, which, based on the map that I saw for that notice, didn't even extend all the way up north to 70 on 24th, so not even the entire neighborhood was notified on that. And I'm sorry that you're having to deal with the frustration of poorly worded legalities, but looking, from 30 years ago, I think that also lends to the deeper issue of we need to do some cleaning up within those things, and I believe that the county commission is, working on making that happen and looking at it through the prism that we have been reminded of multiple times today. I unfortunately will not be able to support the project.
I do plan to support the project and vote yes. I really expected today that the people that were here were going to be mostly people concerned, and I think there's reason to be concerned with these kind of facilities, but I think in this case, from the testimony that I heard, this is going to be a very well-run, everybody has been so emotional and just so positive about it, and I think half of it is the use, but the other half is how well it's managed and how secure we feel that it's going to be done well, the neighborhood's going to be protected as well as possible. So anyway, I'm in favor of it.
Please go ahead and cast your votes. Motion passes 5-1 with Ms. Gay already voiced her opinion on it, so.
And I do want to take the opportunity to basically discuss why we don't have call-ins, just to kind of reaffirm. On quasi-judicial matters, we don't allow call-ins. We do on legislative matters, and the reason why is because folks that are calling in can't get cross-examined in the same way. So I just wanted to make sure that that was for anyone watching.
Thank you, I didn't want to interrupt. I will say, I didn't answer one of Mr. Bauer's questions. Yes, I think this is an area, this area of the code needs to be looked at. The definitions are confusing, and I don't blame staff for that. They've been confusing for years, and I think this is an area that you need to look at. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And I would like to reiterate that we have an open door policy, so you're welcome anytime to pop in unannounced, take a tour, walk through and see for yourself. We encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any commissioner comments?
Real quick, from the commissioner comments section, I'm going to provide to staff an updated version of the printout that you have in front of you, ideally in the next meeting. The idea behind this actually came from prior Commissioner Joe McClash, but the idea is that based off current county commissioner settlements, giving us the ability to plan and figure out how to grow more effectively in a smart way. And this PowerPoint here and the whole idea is about timing and being able to put in growth as we have the ability to handle through our infrastructure. So I'll bring that up again. It's been a long day, but I want to make sure that I brought that up and check that out when I get a chance, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, we are closed. Thank you.